She was just showing me on this machine. Yeah. The little snowflake and the little.
Hello.
The little hearts. Yeah.
I think I'll put this right here. Just checking to see if anyone's here yet. So, hello, ladies. Ooh, we need to beautify in here. I don't know if any of you are good at that, but I think I'd be okay with that if I had the time. But since I don't, this is what it looks like in here. It's not very pretty. We want to hang up some quilts. Normally I'm doing this from home on Mondays, but I couldn't do it this Monday, so we're doing it here from the store. I'm going to switch back over. Just want to say hi really quickly. I'm going to switch us back over to the machine. And, oh, you know what I forgot? Well, we've been too busy. I haven't posted those, the videos yet, or I took pictures of what we're going to be doing. How I'm going to be doing the hoopings. But hi, Miss Gail. Good to see you. Who else is out there today? Who do I have? Whoop. All right. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. Hi, Miss Karen from British Columbia. Oh, you had sent me that email. Nice of you to join us. I'm always excited to meet new people. So we are going to be working on what, I kind of divided this up into our week 1, week 2, week 3, so on and so forth. And last week we went ahead and we did all the part A's that go to our part B's. So we could just kind of, hi, Miss Pam. So we could, and if you can see here, I highlighted the ones that had a part A and part B. So now when I go to do part B, I know I have my part A already done. I went ahead and did a little itinerary of what we're going to be doing today. And if it doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about it. It'll make sense as we go ahead and we work through it. I haven't done my one for week 3, so sometime during the week, I will go ahead and do a little itinerary on our little schedule, and then I'll add it onto the supply list. So you'll have that as well. Let's talk about what we're doing. I know it was last minute, but I did a little video. I got up early this morning and did a little video of how to prep for today. So if you watched it this morning, if you didn't get a chance to watch it, sorry it was so late. I was traveling with my kids for the last week, so that's just kind of how it got done. But this is everything that we're going to be using for today. I also brought my thing of goodies. There's my hand cream because I know my fingers everything looks really scary. Hi, Miss Audrey from Tennessee. I have all my threads. So these are the colors. Most of these are the glide colors. I was going to buy the thread kit, and then I went through all my glide thread, and I was like, I think I have all those colors. There were maybe 2 or 3 that I didn't have. I know some of you can't be bothered, so you just get the set every time.
And that
Doesn't
is that.
this look so neat? Are they not hearing me? Patrick's dealing with stuff for me, my IT guy, so I'm just going to...
I'm about a week out on vacuum, so if you bring
Patrick,
it to me,
you're
it'll be
talking
about
right
a
into
week.
the speaker. Did you... I know. We're married, so that's why I yell at him the way I do. He's on the phone right now.
Yeah,
Can you tell them to just hang
on?
Tell them to hold on for a
All
minute.
right. Thanks. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Alrighty. Bye.
We are going to go according to the list. And let's talk about, because somebody's going to ask me, oh, you're welcome, Karen. Somebody's going to ask me, they're always going to ask me, why do you use muslin instead of the light poly mesh? And I use the muslin because I like the way it feels in my end product. I feel like it's softer, it's more pliable. For me, poly mesh is stiff, and I'm just not crazy about it. And the first time and if you know Nikki Brazel, she was a educator, a baby lock educator, and just like an amazing sewist and embroiderer, and she taught a lot of classes. And she had done the neighborhood quilt, and it was a neat, a good quilt. She had done that, and I was like touching it, moving it, and she told me that instead of the no-show, the poly mesh, she uses muslin. So for this, if you haven't done it yet, I like to cut my muslin with the fabric. So from selvage to selvage, I just cut a big strip. And then as we're using it today, we will be hooping. And let's say we do this and we do something up here on the top. You just hoop and you unhoop. Those designs are going to stay here, and we're just going to rehoop. And we're just going to rehoop, and it just saves so much. You're not wasting all the stabilizer that you would on the bottom and on the top and right here that falls under here. So if you've never done it before, we're going to do it today. I guess we should just go ahead and get started.
Why do you have YouTube up here too?
I don't know. I just like to, if in case it drops or something, then I can see. Is there a problem with it?
They'll let you know.
So do you want to close it?
Let's close it because
Okay.
it just takes up bandwidth.
Okay, Patrick, he's my IT guy. I'm just going to listen to him. All right,
That
IT guy.
never happens.
Well, I listen to him here because it makes a difference. Is it me, or is the video very grainy and the video keeps pausing? Switch over. Heather, switch to our A1 vacuum YouTube. So you never know what you're going to get on Facebook. I would just go ahead and switch over to YouTube. It seems like the quality there is going to be better, and I was just looking at it on YouTube and it looks great. So just go onto YouTube, type in A1 Vac and Sew, or A1 Vacuum and Sewing in Reno, and see if you can get us on there. I think it's going to be a little bit easier to see. So here we go. We are going to be using our 5x7 hoop. I want you to just go ahead and hoop up. I'm just going to start right at the very top. People ask me what muslin should I get. It doesn't make a difference. Nikki said just get the cheapest stuff. I usually buy, we carry it in the store. I usually don't buy the most expensive, and I don't buy the cheapest. But you could just get any stuff. I like to get mine either 60-inch or 90-inch, and I'm just going to hoop this right at the very top. You could get away with 8.5 inches, so 9 inches or 8.5 inches. I'm just going to go ahead and push this down. And we are doing something new today, ladies. We are not going to be trimming our batting. The sizes, I'm going to stand up so I can push this in. The sizes I gave you are the trimmed sizes. So I'm just going to pull this in. Don't pull it too much. You don't want it to distort. And then look, I have all of this on the end, and I'm just going to leave it there. So we are hooped and ready to go. Just put a white bobbin in. There are times where I might recommend a different color bobbin. Let me put this on. I'm going to slide it on there. Let me go ahead and slide it on. And we are going to be combining designs. So we're going to do multiple hoopings at a time. Here we go. So first thing we're going to do, and I did it this way because we're going to put two designs in first. We're going to load the steam quilting design horizontal. I'm not going to do horizontal. I'm just going to load it in, and then I'm going to rotate it in the embroidery page. Patrick took my thing away, so I can't see you. Hang on. I'm going to move my computer.
Yeah. It looks like on the sew ed classes now they don't get to put them in their cart and
They
check
might
out.
not.
No, so yours are still there in your account, but when I open her account, I can't put it in there.
Yeah, no.
So that they have to watch it. Okay, all right.
Okay. So let's go ahead, and first thing we're going to do is we're going to load the steam quilting design. So I have my USB in there. I'm going to go embroidery. And before I even load my design, we are going to we're going to pick our hoop size. Now our hoop size is going to allow us not to go out of our embroidery field. I want you to go here to your settings button. And ladies, keep in mind, I know you're on other machines other than Baby Lock and Brothers, but we are a Baby Lock and Brother dealer, so that's what we use here in the store. But if you have a different machine, you're welcome to join us. Everyone is welcome to join us. So I'm going to, but some of these things might not apply to the machine you're on. So I'm going to go ahead and touch that, and I want everyone to choose your 5x7. Your machine might have an error where you're going to have to toggle to the size, but go ahead and choose your 5x7 hoop and then say OK, and it is going to put that 5x7 perimeter on your screen so you know exactly how much room you have to use. I'm going to go right here. Let me make sure. I use this on my machine. I just got it on like Amazon, and it just plugs right in, and then I just take my USBs out of this. I got that again. I can't remember. Somebody told me, they're like, oh, if that breaks. And I was like, oh no, what if mine breaks? So then I got this, and then I can highlight. That's where I have my Kimberbell stuff. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to get my quilting design first. Now the spreadsheet I made for you tells you the quilt design that we're going to be using. So for the steam, if you follow it over, we're going to use line 6, 2x4 vertical. The thing I really like about the book too, so steam is going to be on page 34. I don't know if they added this before. This might be the first one that has it. But if you pull up the design here, it's also going to tell you what quilt design is recommended, and it tells you the color that it recommends. So the gray is what they recommend quilting with. All right. So let's go into quilting. And again, we are using line 6. So here's line 6. We're going to go embroidery files and PES. And when it has two different designs with the same size, they usually put the horizontal and then the vertical. So this will be horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. So they want us to put the 2x4 vertical. It's going to be the second one. Go ahead and choose that. If you have questions, stop me and ask it. I am checking the chat. We're going to go ahead and set it. Before I my notes, I know it said to turn it horizontally, but just go ahead and leave it the way it is right now. We are going to add your steam design. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit add. Go back to, yours might just have the USB symbol. And now I'm going to go cup and chair quilt. And that design is going to be, this is for Mylar. So we're going to go ahead and choose the Mylar. There's only one of them. There's your steam design right here. Go ahead and select that. Go ahead and set it. So this is what you have right now. I am on my main edit page. So if I try to move these, they're going to move independently. So what I want you to do is once you have those designs loaded, you're going to hit embroidery in the bottom right corner. And now look, this moves as one. So I didn't have to group them. So if you don't have a grouping feature, you're just going to go ahead and you're going to go hit embroidery, and now it's going to automatically group in this page. So I'm going to go to my layout. I'm going to go to move. Oh wait, you know what? I'm going to go layout, rotate. The difference between layout and move is all you get are your move keys. But if you go layout, rotate, you're going to get your rotate keys and your move keys. That center button's going to center it for me. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees to the left. You can rotate 90 degrees to the right. Doesn't make a difference, but I'm going to go to the left. And I'm going to move it all the way up. So I have my hoop on. If your hoop is on, it will not let you extend that outside of your 5x7. If your hoop is not on, it'll let you go right outside of that. So I'm going to move it all the way up to the top. I'm all the way up there. Okay? Now I'm going to say okay here. And I'm going to hit return. Return's going to take me to my previous screen. But I wanted that grouped together, and I wanted to move it around without having to hit the grouping buttons. So I came into this screen. That's where I want it. I'm going to hit return, and I'm going to add another design. So hit return. We are going to go ahead and add touch embroidery to combine the designs and move the design to the top. Touch return. Then add the quilting for filler block 2 and make sure you rotate it horizontal and stitch. So we're going to add another design, and we're going to add filler block 2. So filler block 2 is going to be, yes,
What's our daily deal on those machine covers this week?
we'll do 25% off.
Are they $49.99? What's their retail?
I don't even have it in the system yet.
You don't have it.
I'm at the store, ladies. It gets busy here. We're a busy little store. Okay. So filler block 2 is going to be, which one is filler block 2? Do I have my, sorry ladies. Filler block 2 is going to be, oh, I think this is filler block 2 right here. So this one. And here's your filler block 2. So it'll say, like, I should have just looked here. That's going to be filler block 4. That's going to be filler block 7. So if you see filler block 2, it goes according to that number. So we're going to put in our design as plant 3. So let's go ahead and hit add, pocket. We're going to go to our quilting designs. And we want plants 3. So that is going to be right here. Embroidery files. You have clear blue tiles and you have block by block. We're doing black. Clear blue tiles is the quilting design only. Block by block is going to allow you to add your batting and all of that stuff. So I'm going to go right here. For me, it's PES. And the size we want is going to be 2x4. So here's our 2x4. I'm going to go ahead and set it. I'm going to rotate it and move it around. So I'm just going to hit edit, rotate. I'm going to go 90 degrees to the left. I just like to stay consistent. I'm just going to bring it down. That fabric we put on here is going to be, it's going to fit perfectly over that one. The filler blocks are going to fit that square perfectly. And the ones that have the embroidery on it or stitching is going to, you're going to have extra fabric that goes all the way around. We're going to trim it down. So you don't want these right next to each other because it's just going to be harder to work with. I'll move it down just a little bit. You do not have to go all the way down. We're going to save all of that fabric that's down below here. All right, we are ready to stitch. So I'm going to just go ahead and say okay. We're going to hit embroidery, which is going to take us to the screen from which we're going to stitch. I'm going to stitch these individually. I could color group right now and do all my my placement, all of that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do each design separately. So we're going to do this one first. This is the fabric that you should be getting. This is what you should have. So you should have your Mylar. Okay, Karen has a question. I've read comments when people are saying the filler blocks need to be cut larger than indicated. I've not found any problem. I haven't done it at all. It's been fine. Because, you know, I mean, they might, so they want you to cut it bigger and then trim it down. I've never done that. I haven't had any problems, but I'll compensate. Like, I'll look at my fabrics together and make sure stuff fits. I have not had that issue. But you could do that, and then you could trim them down. I just haven't had that problem. Karen, I really am that good. No, I'm just kidding with you. I'm kidding. I budget. Like, I will make it, I'll look at it, and I'll make sure, I'll make things fit the best they can. And I'll compensate if something's a little bit smaller and something's a little bit bigger. So, I just haven't had that. But I like that. Thank you for mentioning that. If you're finding your pieces are a lot smaller, you might want to make it a little bit bigger and trim it down. So, you know what you're going to find though? When we do the filler block and we trim it, you're going to have this, the muslin on the back. And so you're going to cut to that so it can compensate for the fabric that's on top that might not be big enough. Your fabric on the back will be big enough, so you're not going to have to worry about that. You're going to have your muslin, your batting, your background fabric, which should already have your shape flex on it. Should already be stabilized with the shape flex. If you don't know how to prep your fabric, I did a whole video on the prepping. You can watch that too. So I'm going to put that to the side. We are doing something different. I can't remember who suggested it, so I'm so sorry. But I had a couple people say, Anna Crew was one, and there was another gal who's watched some of our videos. For this quilt, I am having you cut your batting to the final size. So we're going to be skipping some steps. And I hope this isn't confusing for you. If you find it confusing, then you're going to cut these a 1/2 inch bigger, and then you're going to trim. But we are not going to be doing that today. I was like, ooh, we can save time. So that's what we're going to do today. The first step we are going to go ahead and do, I would say right here, if, because the first things that we're going to do, let's turn to our page. I don't think it includes the steps in here, but we're going to go to Steam, which is page 34. Here's 34. This starts off just with the embroidery, or does this start with place the background fabric, right side? Okay, this starts off with the embroidery. It does not have your instructions for the quilting. So I just want you to follow me with this. I am going to put the gray in because that's the first thing that's going to make a difference. So I'm going to just use whatever colors they recommend for the quilting. So let me go ahead and get the gray. Load that up. Don't be scared, ladies. I'll be gentle with you. All right. I don't use a spool cap when I'm using a mini cone. Every once in a while I will. I'll use this special one. But you're going to find that your thread just feeds off beautifully, and a spool cap more often than not creates problems because see how beautifully that spools off and it doesn't move that at all. So let's go ahead and thread up. We are going to do the placement step for your batting. So just go ahead, stitch that out. While it's doing that, I want you to grab your batting. We're going to give it a little shot of spray to the back. Your batting has a right side. Look at this, is like in my junk pile. Has a right side and it has a wrong side. Spray your wrong side. That's the nubby, bumpy side. I'm not spraying in my machine or at my machine. I have a spray box right here. So I'm just going to put it down in here. Little shot of spray. Don't go crazy. Sometimes I'll do a little sample test there. Just a little bit. This is my junk pieces. I save like everything. I use it all. Okay. You're going to take this and you're going to lay it right down in there. The instructions for block to block are in the back of the book. Ooh, thank you, Miss Susan. Okay, I love it. They have everything in here now. So Susan was saying instructions for block to block are in the back on page 87. We are just girlfriends stitching together, so we love it when everyone contributes. So 87, ooh, yay. Okay, so here's block to block quilting instructions. So it tells you what to do. Although we're not going to totally follow that. We're going rogue. We're going rogue, ladies. So I'm going to go back to page 34. So once you do, that's your placement line for your batting. If you cut it to the block by block instructions or whatever, then you are going to have, you're going to be 1/2 inch wider on every side. But this should fit right in there. Alrighty. So we are going to skip the next step. The next step is going to be the tack down and trim. We don't have to do a tack down. We don't have to trim. So let's talk about this. This step here is tack down and trim. Ours is already that size, so we're going to go the next step. Next step, or here. This is placement for your fabric. Your fabric, you could do it, but we can skip it. This is our background fabric. What I like to do instead, because it gets centered to your batting, is normally what I do. If you want to do it, you can do it. I'm not doing that step either. This is why I'm like scared that I'm going to lead you ladies astray. I'm going to give this a little shot of spray. I'm not a taper. Kimberbell tapes. This is KK Canola. This is what we use in the store. You're spraying the back side. So what you're going to do is, I like to just, and it's a little sticky here because the spray's there. I like to just fold it like this so I get a center. And I just put the center in the center of my batting, and then and you have lots of extra fabric. You're going to be trimming this down. Kimberbell is very generous with their fabric pieces. I'm just going to lay it down and you can feel and you can see it. I have a ton of fabric that I'm going to be able to trim. So I'm just going to put it down. And now I'm going to do the tack down. This is my placement for my background fabric. This is the tack down. So what we're doing is we're doing the first turquoise and the last orange. I'm going to go ahead and tack this down now. Was that super confusing, ladies? We're doing the placement for the batting so we know where to put the batting. We're doing the tack down for your background fabric. So you're skipping the middle 2 steps. You're skipping the tack down for your batting and trim, and you're skipping the placement for your background fabric. That just probably saved us like 5 minutes. Maybe not that much, but that saved you so much time. And think about how much time you'll save for the whole quilt. Any questions? How are we, ladies? And if you find this super confusing, you can follow all the steps step by step, but what we're doing right now is going to save you a ton of time. Next step, and you can look at your screen on your machine, it wants to do the quilting stitches, and this should be in your gray. You could use white, you could use monopoly, whatever you want to do the quilting. I'm just going to hit start, and it's going to do the quilting. And then we're ready to look at the book. If you're not doing the quilting, you will just follow the steps on page 34, starting with step number 1. We've already done that. We stitched the background placement line. Well, we skipped that step. And then we did this, stitch the background tack down, which we did do. They tape it. I don't tape, I spray. Next thing we're going to do, everyone's going to do step number 3. And it's calling for white, so get your white thread. Although you can do whatever color you want. This is my never-ending spool of white thread. Let's see if I can use it up here. Okay, I'm going to take out my gray. You need to fast forward through the next step. If you look at your screen, there's another square because we just did all the quilting, steps for the quilting with the batting. Now what they're asking you to do is this is the step. I know this is going to be a little confusing, but just follow our instructions. We're skipping step number 1, which is the placement for the background. So see, it's up here. I'm going to hit the arrow ahead. That's going to skip that step. That's the tack down. Placements are going to be turquoise. Tack downs are going to be orange. We already did that step. Right before we did our quilting, I'm going to fast forward. This is what you should see on your screen. We want to have this step right here, which is going to be the placement stitch for the Mylar. Stitch the seam placement line. Okay? I'm going to go ahead. It does want that to be in white. Let me put my white thread in. I'm nervous for you ladies. I don't want you to be confused. So ask a question if you have it. I can always catch you up. Okay, this is going to be our placement stitch for our Mylar. In your instructions, it's instruction number 3. Go ahead and stitch that in your white. And then you're going to place the steam Mylar. That's going to be this. We're going to be putting this down next. I don't spray this. I am going to tape this. So get your tape. Ladies, wasn't that so much better though? We didn't have to trim our batting or anything. I love it. I thought about doing it like that, but I was really scared. I just didn't want you ladies to be confused. And I know for some of you, this is your first quilt that you're doing. So I know I'm bouncing around, but what we're doing is we're combining the quilting with the embroidery. So there's my steam. I'm going to put this down right here. We'll put a piece of tape right here, out of the way. Don't have it in your stitch line. I'm using transport tape. It's my favorite. I love it because it rips so well, and it's nice and sticky, and I'll just keep using it. So I might want that to be nice and taut. Next step, stitch the seam, tack down, and decorative fill, and then we'll tear away our Mylar. So I'm going to go ahead and just stitch. This is the tack down and the fill, and I want you to get a good pair of tweezers. That'll help you rip away anything that doesn't rip away easily. We're just saving time, ladies, saving time. These are my favorite tweezers. I mean, when I'm serging, I like the ones that come with the machine, but I love these. They're made by Ferrari. We also carry them, the Tula pink ones, which are, you know, of course, they're a little bit prettier. But I love the tip, and I'll use these to rip away the Mylar. I'll rip away what I can with my fingers, but then if there's any leftover Mylar, I use this to kind of grab it. I just have an 80-12 needle in, a Microtex needle. It was what was in the machine, and I honestly go back and forth between my 7511 anti-glue and then the Microtex. Those are my go-tos. Susan, I love that you pointed out that block-to-block instructions are in the back. I had no idea. I guess I just didn't make it back there. Yeah, if this is your first Kimberbell quilt, there is so much instruction here, but this does kind of show you block by block instructions. See, this is the step we skipped. So we did the placement and then put the batting down, but our batting was already cut to size, so we didn't have to do this trimming. We didn't do the tack down, we didn't do the trim. We just put it down there. And then they want you to do a placement line for your background. We skipped that. But we did do the tack down when it sews it down. So we skipped this, and we did this step and this step. So, hope it's not too confusing for you. All right, instructions say tear away the excess Mylar. So when I tear away my excess, I rip into the design, like I pull it towards the embroidery. I'll pull this back a little bit. I think everyone said last week they kept up. Sometimes I get hyper and I go really, really fast. So hopefully everyone can keep up this time too. And these pieces, I literally will use them over, and I stick them on the end of my table like that. When Momo was a puppy, he would come and rip them off of my table and like try to eat them. He doesn't do that anymore. Okay, rip towards your design. We might not have any pieces we need to pull off. Then you can just take whatever's left. So I didn't get that right in here, so this is a good time to use those tweezers. If you see anything I used today, most of this stuff is on our website. Some of this stuff isn't, so you can just send me an email. Say, I really wanted such and such, but I didn't see it on the website. I'll just, all right. And we're not going to need this, so you can just throw this away. We're going to cut and trim everything later. Now it wants you to stitch the satin stitch. That's step number 5, stitch the steam satin stitch. So just go ahead and slide that back on and hit start. And my only instruction, like a note that I made is, and I'll trim these later, when you go to trim this, I would recommend not cutting directly on that line. lot of times the fabric will kind of pull in a little bit. Use your ruler. Use those kind of as like a guideline, but use your ruler, cut to the ruler, cut 2.5 by 4.5, cut to the ruler, not to that line. Okay, while it's stitching this out, I want you to get your filler block 2 fabric. So this is what you need. You're going to need your piece of batting that should be 2 by 4, and this is your filler block. And if this is too small, don't worry, because your muslin will be the right size. Okay, have this ready. That's going to be next. I know Miss Gail, she's local. Karen's from BC. Pam's local. Audrey's in Tennessee. Miss Heather Mundy's local. Miss Pam and Miss Susan, where are you two from? I'm hoping we can get through all our embroideries today. And if you don't have it done yet, your filler block should be sewn together. So you want to have this sewn to these two sewn together. You can go ahead and do that right now. I pressed all my seams open because we're not stitching in the ditch. This is for your next one. Oh, there's 2 Susans on here. So Susan Smith's from Orion, Michigan. Hi, Miss NorCal Quilter. Pennsylvania. I lived in Philadelphia for a while. And you know, Patrick's from Pennsylvania. He's from State College. We call it State College, Pennsylvania. Ooh, looks so cute. And look at that little shimmer that you get from the Mylar. We are done with that block. We're not going to pop it out. We're going to do the other one. But what I want you to do, just so this isn't in the way, just fold it back. And again, don't cut to that line. You're going to cut to your ruler. You're going to press first. I'll either do that in a video where I prep all the blocks, or we'll do it when we have time. But I'm going to just take another piece of my handy dandy tape, and look how nicely it just rips. I'm going to just go ahead and tape that down. Okay. We want that out of the way so it's not hanging over for our next block. All right, we are done with that one. Now what it wants us to do is it wants us to get ready for this filler block. And again, we're gonna skip some steps. We're doing the placement. Let me see, what does it say about the color? Let me see, 61. I don't know if it says anything about the color, so you can just pick. Oh, it does, filler blocks. So it tells you the design and the color it recommends. We're doing this one right here, filler block 2, so it wants you to do the green. That is that like khaki green. Our design's already loaded. Go ahead and get your thread. I'm gonna grab that khaki green. It's gonna be this one right here. Pick one like it. Ooh, it's your first one. Okay, Susan, I hope you don't get too confused because I am cutting steps. But if you can learn it this way, it's going to save you so much time. So we're putting in our green. And if you feel like you get lost, you can always like stop and just rewatch it later, where you can fast forward and you can fast forward, you can pause, or you can rewatch. Ooh. Got curled there. I hope I'm not confusing you. Okay, ladies, we're going to do our placement for the batting first. Go ahead and just hit start. Give your piece of batting a little shot of spray on the nubby side. That's the wrong side. Oh, it's sticky. Okay, that's where we're going to put our batting. But the next step is tack down for the batting and trim. Remember, we've already cut ours to the perfect size to fit right in there. So you are going to skip the next step. We're not going to do the tack down, and we don't have to trim. Turquoise is placement, orange is tack down. We're going to skip this step. Next step is placement for the background. We are doing this because this is our filler block and we're not trimming it. It's going to fit exactly in that space. So we're going to do this turquoise. So we're doing turquoise, turquoise. We're skipping the tack down. We're going to do this. Oh, I'm so worried. Don't get confused. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do the tack down for the... Whoops. Got to slide my hoop back on. Good thing the machine's smarter than me. Okay, this is the placement. Maybe we should just do those so you don't get confused. Okay, there's your filler block. It's going to fit perfectly in that line. The reason I didn't do the placement for the other one is because your piece is so big. You just have to kind of center it over that batting. But this one, you want your filler block to fit right inside of this square. So it's going to fit perfectly. I'm going to give this a little shot of spray. You're not seeing me spray. You already saw my spray station. I always tell the ladies, it's not Aquanet. You know what I'm talking about, especially East Coast ladies, because you made your hair so big in the 80s. We're going to go ahead and lay it down, and it should fit right inside of that spot. And honestly, we're going to trim around this, and if this isn't big enough, the muslin will be big enough, so you don't have to worry about it and adding. I don't think you need to add. Okay, next step, the orange, is the tack down for this. I'm going to skip it because it's literally going to go right to the edge. If your fabric was hanging over, the tack down would hold it down, but it's not going to do anything. We're skipping this. I'm skipping this one. We are going to do that, and that is going to be your quilting. If you haven't put it in yet, put your green in. Let me slide this back on. And you need to watch and be mindful. Make sure that foot doesn't accidentally go underneath the fabric or do something. You've got to be ready to hit the stop button just in case you need to. All right. And I'm just going to watch. You pay attention to this kind of stuff. You don't want to step away. And now it's going to do the quilting. Easy peasy. Ladies, we're gonna save so much time by cutting out some of those steps. So what Karen was talking about is you're gonna see this will pull in a little bit. So I guess that's why people are adding a little bit extra. See how here we're not on that line, but when we trim it, the muslin will be there. So you don't have to worry about it. If you want to kind of hold this out a little bit, I'm not worried about it. I know, it would be nice, like, we could, to do something, maybe Zoom, where you guys could, like, chat, or we could be a little more interactive, and you don't want that to go right to the edge because you want that 1/4 inch seam allowance. We are done. Wasn't that fun, ladies? Easy peasy. I don't want you ladies to be scared. And, things might be a little different if you're on a machine other than a Baby Lock and a Brother, but these two are done. We're going to go ahead and we're going to rehoop. And we're going to do the next blocks. We're just going to go according to the list. And, you know, I don't want to be too bossy. I don't want you to think you have to do it my way. It's not my way or the highway, but just a suggestion. All right. I know my filming arm's really squeaky. We're not going to trim it now. We are going to go ahead and unhoop. Our next block is also going to go into the 5x7. We're just going to scoot this up. We're going to use every bit of this. We're just going to, and you could do this with your, if you were using, whatchamacallit, if you're using, regular no-show on a row, you can, oftentimes I leave my stabilizer in a row. Now you have a little bit, like half an inch or maybe it's an inch of no-sew. So I'm going to literally hoop it just like that with that kind of at the very top. I opened up my hoop a little bit down here so it would fit in. And I'm just going to go ahead and hoop it again. Make sure when you hoop that these are even or the inner hoop is recessed a little bit. You don't want it to be the other way around. The last thing you want is for it to pop out. I'm going to go ahead and just hand tighten, or you can use your hoop tightener. Tighten it up just a little bit more. Don't crank it, and pull out any bubbles that you might have. We're ready to do the next hooping. Did somebody have any questions? Filter block. I was afraid the tape would pull thread from the fabric when I took the... Yeah, no, the tape's great. I don't... Tape's great for certain things, and then I use spray adhesive a lot. Okay, we're ready for the next hooping. Let's talk about what we're going to do. Grab your handy dandy spreadsheet. If you don't have one yet, you can find it on our So Long page, or you can email me and I'll send it to you. We just did this very top one. Next one, we're going to rehoop, and we're going to do Snowflake 1. We're going to move it to the top. So when we load it, it's going to load here in the center. I'm going to scoot it all the way to the top so it'll stitch here, and then we'll rehoop again. So here's Snowflake. You should have your Snowflake, your batting already cut to size. And let's go ahead and load it into the machine. Hi, Christine. Batting, tack down stitch to tack down the fabric so it won't pull. Oh yeah, so Christine just said she did the batting tack down. So your batting is going to be a 1/4 inch all the way around, like if you look here, because you don't want that batting to be in your seam. So she did that tack down so it's not going to pull. So you can always do that too. That's like a great suggestion. I'm too lazy. But yeah, you could totally do that. So I'm going to go here, clear. Go home is going to clear your screen. We are going to, you ladies are so smart. Okay, we're going to add in, let's go to this page, Snowflake 1. So we're going to put in Winter 2, go embroidery, and quilting designs, Winter 2, right here. And embroidery files, block by block. And we are loading in our 4x4. So just get 4x4. There's only one 4x4 set. And now we have to add to it the snowflake. So don't move anything yet. We're going to go down here and just hit add. I do it in the next page after you hit embroidery. And we're going to do cup and chair quilt. And this one is just a stitched block. Here's our snowflake. You're going to do, I think there's 3 or 4 of them. Can't remember. I don't have my book open. Go ahead and hit set. If I move it, this page, this is your main edit page. This has all your editing options. If I move it here, they're going to move individually. But as soon as I hit embroidery and go to the page from which I stitch out, now they're combined. See? And I don't have my hoop on yet. My hoop is laying right here but not attached. So it lets you pull it outside of that space. But as soon as I slide my hoop on, it's not going to let me go outside of that perimeter. this on. Carriage is gonna move. I'm gonna go back to layout. I'm gonna go move, center it, so it's centered to that, and now I'm gonna move it all the way up. There, and it won't let me go any further because my hoop is on. We're gonna say okay, and first thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna go to my layout screen where it shows me. So I'm on this screen right now where it shows me what I'm stitching. You can go layout, and then this button down here will get you to that screen. So now I know exactly what's gonna be stitching. First thing it wants you to do is it wants you to do the placement. Let's see what color our quilting stitches, what they recommend. So this is on page, it's on your spreadsheet, Snowflake is page number 18. Okay, they're recommending white. So you're gonna have all of these different snowflakes, but they're recommending white for all except this one. This one they want that like teal color. So we're gonna do white. Go ahead and load some white thread in your machine. There's my white. Okay, if you look at your screen, it's turquoise, that's placement. So I'm gonna go ahead and stitch that out. While it's stitching that out, I want you to grab your batting, give it a little shot of spray. There's my batting, nubby side. I know it's hard to see because it's white on white. See how much, so you've got, I've never measured it, but it looks like probably like 1.25 inches of no-sew that we could have scooted this up. We're gonna lay this down right in here. Perfect. And next step is gonna be the tack down. I've already cut mine to size, so I'm gonna skip that step. This is your tack down and trim. This is your placement for your background fabric. I'm gonna skip that too. I'm gonna go tack down for my background fabric. Here's my background. I'm gonna give it a little shot of spray. You don't even have to fold it. You could just center it right above here. Like here's my, I'm gonna visually find my center. And just, there's my center right there. And you just want to make sure that I can feel it. See, you're going to be cutting all of this off anyways, so you can just lay it down. But just make sure that you're not like, that you know, you want to have an equal amount of fabric all the way around. Okay, this is going to be our tack down. I'm going to go ahead and just hit start and do the tack down. Do the tack down. So for filler blocks, you're going to be doing step 1 and 3. For ones with background fabric where there's a lot, you're going to be doing steps 1 and 4. Is that really confusing? Hope not. All right. Look at your screen. It's doing the quilting stitch. Make sure you have a color that you want for the quilting stitch and go ahead and stitch it. Ladies, this saves so much time cutting your background to size. And we'll do another filler block and I'll show you what Christine is doing. So if you want to do it that way, you can do it that way. Because it's a good suggestion. Okay, let's turn to page 18. After it does all of this, we're going right to this step, which is to stitch the snowflake decorative fill. Remove the block from the hoop. So you want to pick out the color there. They want you to use that like really pretty pink. I'm going to be using this next. This is Glide, and it is called Taffy. If you ever want me to order you individual spools, I can always order you individual spools. I don't do orders all the time, but you know, once every couple of weeks I do. So if you have thread kits, but you only need a couple of the thread colors, let me know. Right. Take out that white thread or whatever color you're quilting with. I know some people quilted with colors that showed more because, I mean, the quilting's so cute. You could make that more of a feature. Look at your screen. This is what you should be showing next. It's going to be the snowflake. That is what you want to stitch. If you're lost, let me know. I can help you get where you need to be. I'm going to put my taffy in. All right, go ahead and stitch it. It's 15 minutes. You know what? 15 sounds like a long time. I'm gonna check, see what speed I'm at. Oh, look at this. I'm at 700 stitches per minute. I'm gonna switch it. I'm going straight 1050, say okay, and now my, how come it still says 15? I don't know. Still says 15. I think it should be faster though. And go ahead and stitch out your snowflake. Ladies, I should keep showing you all the fun stuff that came in. So Roxanne, hi Miss Roxanne in Montana, good to see you. So I'll watch the rest later. We'll see you later, Miss Susan. What did you use to make your spray tent? Okay, so the spray tents, they just come this way. I'm gonna go grab one so I can show it to you. the spray tent is made by Dime, and it looks like this. And it just folds up nice and tiny, so it's great if you're like traveling. When you unfold it, it just pops up and looks like this. It comes like this. So, and then when you put it back together, you just hold it like that and twist. And then you put it in its little handy dandy little carrying case. Whoop! And then it just pops open. Just, you know, like stuff like this. I will take a piece of like cardstock or a piece of cardboard and just put it in there so it doesn't get totally sticky, and I'll just change this out every once in a while. I also have like a real spray box. Like I have like one for my snap hoop, and I keep that when I'm doing big stuff. So when we go to do our binding strips and things like that, I'll use the big old box. Oh, it's so pretty. Guess what came in, ladies? So some of you have already ordered this on the website, but this is the thread kit for Sweet as Pie for the bench pillow. So I'll be sending these out to you soon. There's some of you that have ordered that. It's really cute. Sweet as Pie, we'll start that sometime. Oh geez. I think it's supposed to come out in September. So maybe we'll start it at the end of September. I wanna get through this. We might be double fisting it. We might be doing 2 Kimberbell projects at once, because we also have Merry Christmas, y'all, which I can't wait to do that. It's gonna be so cute. We basically do every Kimberbell project. Oh my goodness. So Michelle is stitching out. She started to stitch out North Pole, and she stitched this out. Look how cute it is. Is that adorable? I don't even know how they designed this, but look at that. This is going to be for the North Pole event. It's adorable. Look at the little stamps. Love it. Okay, Miss Audrey, I'll hold yours here. If you're getting puckering, don't worry about that. I'm going to show you how to press it all out. I used to be so worried about puckering, but with some best press and a wool mat, you can get it all out. After we finish this one, while you are sitting and watching it stitch, let's talk about what's going to be next. We are going to unhoop and rehoop, and we're going to do present 1. So your stuff for present 1 is going to be, where's present 1? Here it is. So if you don't have it all together, this is going to be your background fabric with the shape flex already on it. You should have some batting that's 4x4, the box fabric right here, and you're also going to need your ribbon. I didn't cut my ribbon earlier because I was scared I was going to lose it, but while we're waiting for this, why don't we go ahead and cut the ribbon. Instructions are on page 15. And your ribbon needs to be, let's see, 9 inches. Okay, it says to cut 12 of those, but you're going to need 4 for this one. And once you've done this, If it's easier for you to just finish off and do all of them while everything's fresh in your head, you can do that too. But for right now, I'm just going to cut 4. You need a piece, so when we tie it up, so there's a piece that goes here, 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 and here. So cut 4 9-inch pieces. It's going to be the white ribbon right here. I brought my Martelli rotating mat, which I love so much. Audrey, I think you should move back. I think Tennessee was fun for a little while, but Reno's where it's at. Come home. Hey, 9 inches. I think this is 10 inches here. And then I'm going to just keep mine all together back in the packaging. Because I know me. If you don't know me, one of my superpowers is losing stuff. Which is pretty sad, but I'm like an expert. So good at it. Audrey, you know, when we went to Colorado, and I'm always like, Reno's the best place on earth. I don't understand why anyone would live anywhere else. And then I go someplace else and I'm like, oh, this place is pretty nice. Maybe this is, and we were in Colorado and I was thinking, man, Colorado's beautiful. Maybe Colorado's where I'm at. You know, we used to live there. But you leave and you forget. I never leave. I'm always here in Reno, so I always think Reno's like the greatest place on earth. But then I go someplace else and I think, wow, this place is pretty nice. Maybe this is better than Reno. You know how you think. Alright, I'm going to put this back with my stuff so I don't lose it. But make sure that you have 4 of these. They should be 9 inches each. That's what we're going to use for our next block. Just looking at my instructions, making sure I'm not reading you astray. Audrey, you're saying you would like to, does that mean you want to move back? Isn't that gorgeous, ladies? What I really love about these designs is until you stitch it out, a lot of times you can't see how it's textured. Like the way they switch the stitches, so it looks like not just a plain satin stitch. I probably should have been pressing out one of my blocks while this was stitching up. Kind of taking it easy today. And once it's done stitching this, you're just going to remove it from the block and then we can press it out. We'll press it out in a little bit. And then we're going to square it 4x4. So hopefully it will get all this done and I can show you how I press everything out and how we trim everything out. You wrote, I would like to. Does that mean you would like to move back? Isn't this gorgeous, ladies? So after we do the presents, then we are going to do, we'll do all our filler blocks. We're going to do most of them in one hooping in our 8x12. so exciting if he came back. It looks so pretty with that outline stitch. It just makes it. And you're gonna see, like, if you look at this, you can tell that that's kind of pulled in a little bit. Don't worry about that, because you're gonna cut. This is, I want you to know that this is just a suggestion. This isn't like where you're gonna cut on that line. We'll press it out and then we'll trim it with our pop rulers. All right, I'm gonna slide this off. I'm gonna come over here. We're gonna unhoop. So you always want to have at least one embroidery. Once that, like this, I could cut that one off right now. But you want one embroidery in between. Sometimes I'll just leave them on and I'll just cut them off all at once. We're gonna hoop up for the next one. So the next one, ladies, is going to be the present one. So go ahead and hoop up, and remember, look how much space we had. It was like wasn't it like about an inch? So we can have that hanging over. There's going to be all this no-sew here. Okay, we can hoop it just like that. That's not going to get in the way. Okay, make sure that these are flush. Walk your hands around. And then pull, but don't pull aggressively. You don't want to ruin the weave and then have it like distort or anything. We're ready to do our next block. How about we do this, and then I'll give you like a 2-minute break. Or you can take, you know what? You don't need breaks, right, ladies? You can take your breaks when it's stitching. Who needs breaks? Breaks are overrated. Stitching's better. All right. I'm hooped up, ready to go. This is the stuff that you need. Let's go ahead and look and see what we're gonna have to load for our design. I mean, with your handy dandy spreadsheet, you barely need your book. You just have this. So I'm gonna go the home button to clear my screen. We're gonna go embroidery, and if you see I'm making a mistake, please pipe in, ladies. I want you to know with these sew-alongs, a lot of times I'm stitching this for the first time with you. So I hope everything's correct, but I'm only human. we're going to go ahead and we are doing present one. And I grouped these because of the sizes, and there's reasons why I put them together the way I put them together. Can't explain it to you now because I did it so long ago. Christmas 8, that's our quilting design. So we're going to go, these were all ones that fit in a 5x7. That's probably why I put those together. Capuchin Quilting and Christmas 8 is what we're looking for. It's this one right here. Embroidery files, PES, and we need 4x4 horizontal. That means there's going to be 2 4x4s. The first one is going to be your horizontal. So this one's your vertical. Here's my horizontal. Select that and hit set. Don't move anything. We're going to move it on the next page. We're going to hit add. And we are adding present one. So we're going to go back into our USB. And that's an applique block. Let's go ahead and applique. This one here is, let me see if I can blow that. That's present one. So I'm going to go ahead and hit present one. Hit set. I hope everyone's keeping up. I hope I'm not going too fast for you. And then we're going to hit embroidery. On the Luminaire Solaris, we could actually group right here. Like if I were to move that, see how it moves it individually? The whole thing didn't go. I'm going to go back into edit, move, and center that. So everything's centered again. I can hit embroidery, and that automatically groups it in the next page. My hoop is on, so I'm not going to be able to pull the design outside of the embroidery field. I'm just going to go into layout, move, and I'm going to just scoot it all the way to the top. There you go. So we are not wasting anything. And, sorry, I keep going back and forth. I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to go here to this button so I can see what's being stitched out when. Or actually, yeah, so I can move it forward and back. Okay? We're going to do the first step. Remember, first step is going to be placement line, but let's see what quilting color we're going to be using, because that's the thread color we're going to be putting in. And right here it's telling you it wants you to quilt with white. So let's go ahead and put our white thread in. I would just put the color that the quilting is going to be. That'll just keep it easy. Look it, ladies. I'm almost there. All right. Make sure you fluff your fabric and nothing is folded under. That would be the worst if you had like one of these done quilt blocks folded under and it got stitched down. Okay, first step, placement for your batting. Give your batting a little shot of spray. While you're at it, you can spray your background fabric too. So here's my batting. Here's my background, because that's going to go down next. So you could go ahead and spray them both. Okay, I'm going to lay this down. You want to lay it down right inside that square. The next step is going to be the tack down and the trim. It's already done. So we're going to skip this step right here. That step is done. This step is the placement stitch for your background fabric. I'm going to skip it because I'm just going to center my fabric to the batting. So I'm going to go to the next step. I'm going to do this one. This is the tack down for your background fabric. Okay, here's my background fabric. It is directional. You can place it this way or this way. The instructions show it this way, so I want you to go ahead and lay it down like this. I'm just kind of peeking under, and I can feel right here and here. You don't want to put this down like slanted because it's going to make a difference. So try and get it kind of even. Yeah, that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and push it down. You always have another shot. You can lift it up and put it back down, but it might move your batting. You might have to separate the two. And I have a little more fabric up here than down here, but it doesn't make a difference. Where it stitches it down, that is going to be your cut line too. All right, I am going to do the tack down for this. I'm just going to leave the white in. And if you look at your screen, the next step should be the quilting. So what I'm seeing are the little stockings. That's what you should be seeing. If that's not what you're seeing, you can fast forward. Maybe you did the placement instead. Just play, you can play with these buttons. This is gonna go forward and that's gonna go back. So you can just go ahead and make sure you're at the right step. I'm gonna go ahead and hit start and do the quilting stitches. After that is tacked down, we're going to start right here, and you're going to want to stitch the ribbon placement line. This little eyeball needs to choose a visible color. So when I have to choose a visible color, I usually use gray because it's not too dark, but I can see it. So I'm going to get gray next. All right, look at your screen. Just make sure it's showing you the placement stitch for your ribbon. And mine is. So this is what you should see on your screen next. Those marks, those are your placements for your ribbon. I'm going to put my gray thread in. We're going to stitch that. Okay, these are placement stitches for your ribbon. After you do the placement stitch, it says place 4 ribbon ends a 1/4 inch over the placement line. Ribbon should be extending off each edge of the fabric as shown, and place the tape completely covering the placement line. So get your ribbon. Here it is. You're going to need your tape. How you doing, ladies? Are we all together? Where are you at? I hope it's not going too fast for you. All right, we're gonna put our ribbon down, and it wants it to be a 1/4 inch past. So you don't want your ribbon ends going in, you want your ribbon ends going out, all right? And you want to cover the entire placement line. So I'm about a 1/4 inch past that placement line. I'm going to just put a piece of tape down. Let's do the next one. Whoop. Next one is right down here. I'm about a 1/4 inch beyond that, and tape. I love this stuff because I'll just keep using it over and over again. And then I throw it away. Bye, Miss Heather. I'm going to put that down. I'm going to see you in a few. Are you coming into the store? one last piece. Let me move this down. Isn't this cute? This means we're going to be able to wrap the present, which is going to be in green. And this ribbon's going to go around it. It's going to be so adorable. Okay, there we go. Next step. Stitch the ribbon, tack down line, remove the tape, and then we're going to place wash away tape over the ribbon. So first we're going to stitch the tack down lines. So go ahead and do that. Again, it asks for a visible color. I'm just going to leave in that gray. Might need your tweezers. We're going to rip the tape off after this. If you don't have it, you need a piece of wash away. So I have a piece of wash away here. It's just laying on the table. I think Michelle was using it. I was like, oh, that's perfect. It's the perfect size for me. But I love Hydromelt. That's I mean, we carry the OESD, but this is the one I've always used. So Hydromelt topping. It's a water soluble topping, and you just want to use this so the foot doesn't get caught under there. I have a little piece right here that I'm going to use. Hopefully Michelle wasn't going to use it because I'm stealing it. You got to watch me, ladies. I might steal your stuff in the store. Okay, it says remove the tape, so let's go ahead and take off all the tape. All right. Now it wants you to put the topping down over that. So wash away topping. There's my piece right here. And go ahead and tape it down on the top. And I'll just go ahead and put a piece of tape down on the bottom. I'll put it over here on the sides because it's so big. All right, next step. So we just did this step right here. Now it says stitch the present placement line and remove the topping from inside the present. Those little lines like that means color doesn't make a difference. I have gray and I'm just going to leave it. Go ahead and do the present placement line. And then it says remove the topping from inside the present. And then we're going to place the present fabric right side up. So we want to remove the topping inside here. I'm just going to use my tweezers to just kind of get it going. Ooh, that's kind of fun. It's like all perforated and you're going to leave the stuff on the outside though. Okay, so we just took off the inside. Next step, it says place the present fabric right side up. There's not a right or a wrong side with your present fabric, so I'm just going to go ahead and give it a shot of spray on one side. I'm going to go ahead and put this down. How about I do it this way though? Cover the whole placement line. And stitch the present tack down line. Again, color doesn't make a difference, so I'm just going to leave that gray in there. This is the tack down. And then we're going to trim the fabric close to the stitch line. Do not trim the topping. These are my go-to close to the stitch line. They're my Fibori snips, and I love them because I can use them easily with both hands. And it says be careful not to trim the topping. You don't want to trim the topping. Don't trim your topping. Don't accidentally trim your ribbon.
Is that like the parameter? Are you talking about marking the parameters? Oh, okay, hold on. When the thread breaks or the bobbin runs out, isn't that just turning the sound on?
If I don't have to take my hoop off the machine, I don't. Can't be bothered with that. It takes too much time, ladies.
And I might even be able to make sure
Yeah, it's not beeping.
Okay. Ooh, looking good. All right, so we just did this step right here. That was trimming. This step right here, we're gonna stitch the present satin outline. Color makes a difference. Put your green in. I'm gonna take my beloved gray out. Where's my green? Here it is. I know I have a, Patrick bought me a microphone, and it picks up everything. So I'm sure you can hear everything going on in the store. Okay, satin stitch ladies. This is what you should see on your screen. We're gonna go ahead and do that satin stitch. Once you're done with this, we're gonna remove the excess topping, and then we're gonna remove the block from the hoop, and then we're gonna do our, maybe we won't have homework. After that, you're gonna remove your, after that, we're gonna do our filler blocks. So ladies, after we do this one, this is going to be the last hooping in the 5x7. So if you want, you can get your 8x12. And let me go ahead and show you. This is what we're going to do next. So this is going to give you an idea. These are all the rest of the filler blocks, and we're going to do them all in one block. We have some show and tell, ladies. Miss Rose Lowe is here. There's my lunch that I'll get to eat someday. Rose, you're on camera. Is this from, look how cute these are. Isn't that adorable?
They're aprons.
Oh, they're adorable. Let me see. Yeah. So cute. That's from the Anita Good. Is that from
Yes.
Anita Good? Cute. I love it.
When you get done, I will talk to you about that other program we have.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, here's my 8x12. We always have to do a little show and tell, right, ladies? Because it's just nice to see what everyone's doing. Gets you inspired. That we share stuff. That's why I love this sewing community. Because we can share our ideas, and like sometimes when you're not feeling it, your friends will, and that'll get you all inspired. Okay, it's my 8x12. Ooh, I think it finished. All right, so my thing is done over there, but since I'm already over here, I cut this to 12 inches, and I'm just gonna go ahead and hoop it up. Okay. And this is going to be ready to do our filler blocks. I was actually looking at it and I was like, I can't remember how I loaded those, but anyways, we'll figure it out. So this is all set. I'm going to slide my other one off right here. And before we take it out, let's just read the instructions again. And we did the satin outline. Remove the excess topping. So let's go ahead and do that. I was pulled in towards my embroidery. And this is done. I'm assuming that these come in and we're going to tie these up. Not sure how it gets done, but oh my God, how cute is that?
So I don't carry the machine, so don't you worry about it.
I don't know. I might be doing this wrong, and I'll just leave it. But you're going to be tying it all up in a bow. And this one is done. We're going to go ahead and unhoop this. Now that I have these, I think that's all that we're doing in the 5x7. Now you can go ahead and cut all of these apart. And then we'll press them all out. So I like to cut from this side. Whoop! Stab myself. And don't cut too close to that line. You want to cut like right down the middle. So whatever your middle line is between them, that's what you're cutting down. And then while we're stitching the other stuff, I can show you how I press these out and we can trim them. Look at that, ladies. Because I want to sew these all together, I am going to cut that last one off. But if I was going to hoop again, I would leave this one on here and then I would hoop. And you can get pretty close to the outermost stitch. That is going to be close to your cut line. When you go to cut this, make sure you're not trimming any of that ribbon. I'm just going about ½ an inch outside of that line. And look at all of this left. I'm going to go ahead and fold this up. And I'll put it back into my basket and we'll use that when we go back to the 5x7. Okay, I'm going to put away my 5x7 hoop. I'll leave these out so we can press them out. Let's go ahead and load this up. Maybe I made notes. I did this so long ago. I don't remember how I got all of those designs in there because you have to load them. Did I do one at a time? Let's see. We'll figure it out. Okay, I'm going to slide this on. My big old 8x12. If you don't have an 8x12, you should get an 8x12. Contact me at the store. I always try and give you a great deal and stuff. The 8x12, the 9.5 by 9.5, I use that hoop whenever quilting bumps me out of the 8-inch hoops. So I'm going to go here to my home. And we are going to do our filler blocks. I'm going to grab my little handy dandy cheat sheet. And what I wrote here is we'll begin by stitching the quilting on filler block 4, 7, 8, 10, and 11, all in the 8x12. We could load them all individually, but let's go ahead and we're going to go embroidery. Cup and chair quilting. And we are, whoops, oh, that's the quilt. I don't want the quilt, I want the quilting. Cup and chair quilting. And I'm going to choose my hoop size too. So I'm going to go up here. Instead of 5x7, we're going to switch it over to the 8x12. Just say okay. That's my perimeter. And the first one, I'm going to load these pictures. So if you're watching later, I'll load these to Facebook, but hang on one second. This is how we're going to load it. Right here. So we're going to do the 2x8 and then the 2x6s, the 2x2 and the 4x4. Okay, so 2x8, 2x6, 2x6, 2x2, and 2x4. And that is going to fill up our hoop. So we've done filler block 2 is the only one that we've done. Let's go ahead and load this one next, which is filler block 4. And it's tree 1. So we're just going to go on here. Oh, that's how, these don't have the designs on top of them. That's what it is. Okay. Tree 1. Right here. Tree 1. And it wants 2x8 vertical. 2x8 vertical, which is right here. No, that's horizontal. This is 2x8 vertical. Make sure, remember, the first one you see is going to be horizontal. The next one is going to be vertical, and that makes sense because that is going to be the block. That's going to be this block up here. So you want those trees to go this way. I know that seems more horizontal, but just trust me. So we're going to put this one in first. Is that the one we're going to put in first? Let me look at my screen. Yeah, I think I must have loaded that wrong. Let me grab, I'm grabbing my filler blocks right now. It's going to be this one. So, and it's going to go this way. So yes, we want this one. Horizontal, vertical. Grab that one and hit set. Okay, and we're going to take this design and let's just move it up here to this top left corner. Now we're going to add. So go ahead and touch add. Next thing we're going to do is let's do filler block 7, which is tree 1. So we're going to do filler block 7, tree 1. Tree 1. You want the 2x6 vertical. Can you imagine doing like each one of these in a separate hooping? Okay, 2x6, that's horizontal. That one's the vertical. So we're going to pick that one and set it. And we'll just go ahead and move them right up here. We can move these around later when we get them all added. Now we're going to hit add. Next one we're going to do filler block. Let's put in filler block 11. So we want filler block 11, which is plants 3. Let's get plants 3. Plants 3. We're doing 11 now. So this is 11, 2x6. And it doesn't say vertical or horizontal, so there's just one. 2x6 right here. Set. Remove that. And we're going to put it right up here. Ooh, we barely have any room. So I'm going to be moving these a little bit so they're not exactly where they need to be. But remember, these filler blocks just go right to the edge. They're not going to be going over those edges. Let's go ahead and do the little itty bitty 2x2. It's filler block 10. We want winner 2. Add. Winner 2. Right here. Block by block. 2 by 2. Oh, see, it moved that one. If you ever have a design on top of the design, it's moving the whole thing. Let me see if I can get it here. Got it. You can always do this. Let's put that back. You can hit your select arrows, and it'll outline that, and whoops, there. And then you can go to your move keys and move it down with your move keys. And once they're not layered, then you can use your fingers. I'm going to put that one right there. The last one we're going to put in is the 4x4 filler block. So it is filler block 8. Filler block 8 is line 6. Add. Get to your quilting folder. Cup of chair quilting. See how quickly I forget? Line 6. Line 6. Embroidery. How are we doing, ladies? Hope you're okay. And we are gonna, and I'm just gonna do these each individually so it doesn't get confusing. And we are loading 4x4 vertical. This is horizontal, this is vertical. Set. Okay, before we start stitching, I'm gonna move these so they're a little bit further and spaced better. Let me get this in closer so you can see. I'm going to use my move keys for this. So I'm going to get this one first. I'm going to go edit, move, and then I'll use my move arrows. I'm going to move it right to the edge. And then up. If you go over the edge, which I'll do with one of them so you can see what happens. Do you see how I'm going right to the edge with this? This I'm not going to go right to the edge. Well, I'm going to go right to the edge here, but I'll go up. And this one. Perfect. I'm going to show you what happens if you're over the edge. Okay? So do you see how I'm over the edge there? You can see your perimeter. I'm over the edge. When I go hit OK and go to hit embroidery, it's going to tell me to change to a larger hoop, and that's your cue to go, oh, something is over the edge of my perimeter. So this one, I'm just going to hit move. I'm going to hit OK, move, and let's scoot them back down. And I think I'm in now. There, and now it lets you go. So it just means that something is hanging over the edge of your 8x12 embroidery field. And you know what I'm going to do really quickly? Oh, actually, I can't. I was going to take a picture of that, but they can see that in the video. So I'm going to do each one of these individually. I'm not going to worry about grouping everything. But let's go ahead and let's do the first one, which is going to be this one right here. There are colors, suggested quilting colors. So if we look here and we go to page 61.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I don't think
These
so.
covers, I think, fit the style.
This isn't gonna be wide enough. Yeah. This is for
Let me
like
find
a
page 61. Here we go. Okay, so it's showing you number 1. This is what we're doing first, is this. Not to confuse you, but it's suggesting that you do this, I gotta look. We already loaded it, but that is that the green or is that the tan? Oh, that's like, it's like a tan color. So I'm gonna grab that first. I have this big old spool. And you need your batting too. Uh-oh, the tape ran out. What does that mean? Like your Kimberbell tape? Spray. Use your spray. I love this spray. I'm like a sprayaholic. All right. Okay, when you're using a big king cone, don't forget, you need to put your thread here too. So go ahead and pop it in here. I love that spool stone on the Luminaire and the Solaris. It's like so awesome.
I got
Okay, placement line for your batting. I have all of mine separated out with their batting pieces too. Here's my batting for that. I'm just gonna spray them all. Let me pull them all out and spray them all at once. Right, and then I can just grab them as I go. Let's see if I have enough room. Feel it, nubby side up. Here's my biggest one. Ooh, this one feels nubby on both sides. Oop. Okay, here we go. Alright, we're ready to put this one down, and it's going to go right inside that line. Ooh, it's sticky. This spray is the best. KK 100. It's so much better than everything else out there. I watched a video, it was like an old video, and they used it, and I was like, oh, that's what the professionals use. I'm going to use that, and it really is the best. All my Reno ladies are hooked. Okay. All right. Next step is going to be the tack down for the batting. We don't need that. It's the tack down and the trim. So we are going to go and fast forward. That is going to be the placement for your filler. You want to do the placements because it's going to fit right in there. So just go ahead and hit stitch. Give this a little shot of spray to the back. Okay, you want your orientation to be right when you lay this down. And the leftmost part is going to be this block. So make sure you lay it down this way. This should be, the trees are going to be right side up when you turn it like this. So we're going to just put it down like this. And you want to fit inside of that placement line as best as possible. And if you don't go edge to edge, don't worry about it. If you go over the edge, don't worry about it. This is the tack down for the filler block, and you're going to skip this because it's just going to go on the outside. But if you want to do what Christine was talking about, you can do the tack down. You can go back to the stitch for the tack down for the batting. I'm going to show you how to do that. This again is going to be the tack down for your filler block. This goes forward, this goes back. This was the placement, you don't want that. This is what you want. It's going to be a little bit smaller, and this is going to be the what? I can't seem to find my words today, can I? This is going to be the tack down for the batting. So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm just going to kind of lay my hands down here and just make sure everything kind of stays down. So you can do this stitch if you want. Doesn't that look beautiful? But if you're lazy like me, you're going to skip it and you're just going to do the quilting. Just press everything like crazy. Oh, and we don't have to go down again or around again. I mean, it does a second round. I'm going to just cut it. Okay, so that was the batting. That was the batting one. So you got to go to the one that's a little bit smaller than the placement for the filler block. Yes.
Rose had questions about about which program you were talking about. Like it's like a monthly program. It's OESD
Yeah,
or
it's
Kimberbell.
OESD, Spree.
And can you pay for that monthly?
Yep.
Or
Yeah, you can pay for it monthly.
can she just order it? Or how do we need to go about that?
I have a form.
I'll just email you. How
Yeah,
about that?
and I'll send her the form. I think I have the form. Let me just do this and I'll find it. Okay, ladies,
She's gonna hit
remember,
start.
we already did this, so we're going to skip that. So you have to pay attention to when you're going forward and backwards and just know where you're at. But I want to get to the quilting stitch. So I'm going to go here and here. And there's my quilting stitch. My thread is already in. I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. And it's just a minute of stitching. Let me see. I think I have. Oh, I didn't give you a very good angle, did I? How's that? Better? How cute are those? Those little trees. So it is important how you load your design. Sorry, I'm trying to get my arm to stay. Miss Kim, it's about time you showed up. We've been waiting. Your thread came in today. So I got all the glide thread. So I'll get that out to you. Oh, your kit just arrived. You're going to have some work to do, Miss Karen. Get you all caught up. And it looks like somebody's jealous of that. Did you not get a kit? I have more fabric kits coming, but it probably won't be here until sometime this month, I'm hoping. I'll send something to my rep. So if you need a kit, let me know. I don't have a current one, but I have 5 more coming. So there is your quilting. Let's do the next one. Okay, we just got to pay attention to which one we're doing next. So we're going to go ahead and say okay. This one's going to be the trees. Let's see. So number 6 is 2 by 6 trees. Okay, so this one right here is this, number 6. That's going to be the next design that we have loaded. So you want to grab this kind of a sagey green fabric and your batting strip. So we're going to be using this and our batting strip. Oh, mine's already sprayed and ready to go. We're ready to do it again. Let's do it. So first step is placement stitch for your batting. Your batting, if you're like me, you've already sprayed it. Sounds good, Kim. Will you send me an email and just remind me? Because I might forget. So send me an email, but I do have your Merry Christmas, y'all. Can't wait for that one. Okay, you're going to grab one of your batting strips, one of your 2 by 6s. This looks big. That big? Sometimes batting stretches a little. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and lay it down right in. To go right in there. Okay, we're going to skip the next step, which is the tack down and trim, because we're already tacked down and we're already trimmed. So we're going to go down to here, skip that step. Placement for your filler block, we're going to do that. Just go ahead and hit start. And let's see what color it recommends for this one. This one right here, and we know it's this one right here, and I know it's trees. That's why I'm able to pick that one out, because I loaded a tree design there. So, sorry, I can't get to focus. So we're going to go ahead and grab our sagey green thread. You know, there's so much going on with this quilt that a lot of times I will just use something that blends with the background for the quilting stitches. If you want it to be something that pops, then pick a different color. I mean, this would be a good one to have it pop. It's gonna be so cute. I mean, this is what my heart is saying, this one, right? I'm feeling that one. Okay, let me grab my fabric. I'm going to give it a little shot of spray. This is the one that's going down. You're going to have this fit right inside of the placement line for the fabric, for your filler block. And if you want, you can go back to that stitch. I'm just going to go ahead and have it quilt right here. But that would be a good way to get it not to move as much. I'm going to skip the next step. And I'm going to go straight to the quilting. And guess what, ladies? I'm doing it. I'm getting wild and crazy, and I'm going to go with the pink. And then maybe I'll do the sage green on the pink one instead of having the color that matches. Oh my God. Usually when I go rogue, I regret it. I don't know about you, ladies. I don't know what it is. Like, for instance, last night we went to, Patrick picked me up and we went straight to, we went straight to the, straight to a Vietnamese restaurant that we go to all the time, and I always order the same thing, but for some reason last night I decided to order something else, and of course I regretted it. So, sometimes when I'm doing these, I always, if I don't stick to the colors, sometimes I regret it. I'm like, oh, that was a bad choice. Something I like about doing this and not doing the outline stitch is you might have some of those stitches showing. So for me, I like to do it without, because then I don't have to worry about sewing right on that line and having that stitch show. I'm going to say my recommendation is going to be go without that. So when you go to piece it together, it doesn't, if you're a little bit inside that line or a little bit, on the other side of it, it's not going to be in your seam showing. But you guys can do whatever you want. See, mine didn't get held down here, but that's fine because I have a 1/4 inch. Ooh, yeah, variegated thread. Oh my goodness, you are so right. Variegated always makes things look gorgeous. Look how cute that is. I'm feeling good about that decision to use that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take this thread out. Next one is going to be, I think it's called, what is that one? This one is called Plants. So we have a Plants 2x6 and a Plants 2x4. We already did the 2x4, so it's going to be the 2x6. It's going to be this one right here, so you're going to grab that piece of fabric and the batting that's going to fit that, and I'm going to use my mint green in that one. So I'm going opposite. So let's go ahead. First thing we're going to do, let me get my mint green. But we got to try everything, right? Try it all. See what works for you, see what you like. Okay, placement line for the batting first. I'm going to give this a shot of spray while it's doing that. Here's my batting. And like I said, I don't worry about any puckering. I don't worry if it's undersewn here and a little oversewn here. We're going to trim that all down. You're going to fit this right inside your batting line. This is kind of like what we do with our, when we do the borders. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Next step is going to be the tack down for the batting. I'm skipping that. Placement. This is going to be the placement for the filler block. And your filler block is going to be the taffy pink one. Mine's already sprayed. If yours isn't sprayed, go ahead and give it a shot of spray. I'm just gonna lay it down. Okay. I'm going to skip the next step, which is going to be the tacked on, because it's going to go right around that same perimeter. And I'm going to do the quilting. I already have my mint green in there. I'm going to leave it in there. Oh my goodness, ladies. It is 4:04. I think we're doing great on time. We have a little less than an hour. If you need a potty break, just create your own. I'm not giving you anything. We need to get it stitched. We have I think we have 2 more blocks after this. Well, we have the rest of our filler blocks. And then we're going to do, what are we doing next? Then we'll do cheers for the chair block 1. And then I think mug 1. I looked at the list and I thought, whoa, that is a lot to do. But we are rocking it. Ooh, is that so cute? Okay, next one's the little itty bitty. Let's go ahead, we'll do our placement line. I'm just leaving the green in there. Uh-oh, where's my itty bitty? Here it is. I'm gonna give these 2 a shot of spray to the back so they'll be ready to go. Okay, batting down first. Right inside that square. If you have any dark threads, make sure you get them off. You don't want those to shadow through. Oh, that's fine. Now we're gonna do the, let's see what color that one needs to be. That is the little 2x2 right here. It's number 4 and it's recommending white. I'm just going to leave my mint green in there. It'll be fine. It'll be cute. Okay, this is the tack down for your batting. We're skipping that step. Next is the placement for your square. We're going to do that. And now we're going to put our fabric down. Right inside of those lines. Next step is the tack down for your background fabric. Skip it. There's your quilting stitch. Do it. And you can put any color you want. It's going to give you a recommendation. So if you're super matchy-matchy and you want to do everything they tell you, you can go ahead and do it. If you want to take some chances and live a little wild, then just put whatever color you want in. Next, this is the square one. Placement line for your batting. Grab your batting. Mine's already sprayed.
Appreciate it. Could you grab the spree form?
I couldn't find it. Look at
Okay.
the dealer site. Here, I'll get it for you.
They put roses like out here waiting. I'm like,
Oops. Okay, you're gonna go ahead and lay down your batting,
Okay.
which is, let me see if I can find it for you. Gonna go right inside of that box. We're gonna skip this step. That's your tack down. That's your placement. Go ahead and do that step.
Could you print it?
240.
Yeah.
I don't have that on here, Patrick. Oh, I do. All right, so now you're going to take your next piece. Remember, some of these pieces are directional or non-directional, but I always look at it, and to me, this Christmas tree right here stands out the most, so I'm going to make that my top. Next step is the tack down on your background fabric. We're going to skip that. We're going to do the quilting stitch. So the quilting stitch for this one, the color they recommend, this is number 3, and they recommend that navy blue. I'm going to do the navy. So I'm doing this blue right here. So let me go ahead and change my thread out.
I don't see a like a monthly.
Ooh, I think there is though.
We're gonna reach back out to Rose.
Yeah, maybe just get her information. I'll call Kim.
Hey, you know, I'll
Threading up.
call you on that,
Okay, here we go. Quilting time. If you want to hold your fabric down to kind of stabilize it too, you can do that. Just watch out for that needle. I call this, sometimes I tickle my fabric. So this, I call tickling. I just kind of do this. You might want to watch this just to make sure it doesn't go underneath the foot, especially down here on the bottom. See where it's close? Tickle that fabric. There we go. And we're done. Well, we're done with that. Isn't that so great? Wasn't it nice to do it in just one hooping and not have to keep rehooping for like something as itty bitty as that? So I'm going to go ahead and slide this off. We're going to hoop up for chair. Okay, I'm going to get my handy dandy spreadsheet. How are we doing, ladies? Let's see. No questions, it seems like, so I'm assuming you're all doing so great. Okay, so we just did all of these in our 8x12, and if you don't have the 8x12, you saw the process. You could do that in your 6x10 or 7x12 or whatever hoop is your biggest hoop, or you can do each one individually. Like for instance, these two would have fit in, I could have done those in my 5x7 hoop, and that would have been great. And then I could have done this one and then scooted it up. I could have done this one and this one, these two together in a hooping. So we could have just kept going with our 5x7 hoop. You have lots of different options. This one is too big for this size hoop, so you'd have to bump this up into, this would have to go into the 6x10, okay? All right, I'm gonna unhoop this, but look at how much waste we have up here. So by leaving it, the fabric on the hoop, on the muslin, I can go ahead and move this up. Have that come down a little bit.
Yeah, those are fine. You need to
And just do that, and okay, let's get it in there. Ugh. Okay, did it. Ooh, that made me sweat. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and we are going to do cheer. And we're gonna do that in just one hooping. This is our cheer block right here. And the quilting stitch we're gonna be using for this is going to be cup 1, 6x8. Oh, and you know what? I made a mistake here because anything that has an 8 in it will not fit in just the 8x8 because that's going to make it 8.5. So you just have to make sure this would be more like 2.5 by 8.5. That's the actual quilting size. So I put down here 6x10, and this one also. Ooh, actually, this one won't fit in the 6x10 either because that'll bump you out. So this one you have to do in the 8x12 or the 7x12. Okay, I'll fix that later. But it doesn't make a difference. I'm using my 8x12 anyways, and it fits in here perfectly. Let's go ahead and take this and put it on the machine. I want you to feel around here. I am not flush. I'm going to push that in. I'm going to push that in too. Now we should be flush. Let's go to the machine. So I'll change that. I was looking at that last night thinking, wait a minute, that's not going to work. So you're leaving these on here so you can get more hoopings on less muslin or poly mesh, whatever you want to do, however you want to see it. I am actually going to take this. I'm going to put this in memory because I'm going to take a picture of this and send it out to some people. So let me put it on memory on my USB. There we go. And I'll put it on memory on the machine just in case I can't find the USB. All right, I'm going to go home. We're still using the 8x12 hoop, so I'm not going to change my hoop size in the settings. I'm going to leave it. We're going to go pocket. And I think it was cup 1. But let me check just in case. The noggin's not so great these days. Cup 1, 6x8. Cup 1, whoops. Cup 1. Block by block. And we are doing 6x8. Here's my 6x8. There's only one of them. Go ahead and set it. Add. And cup 1 looks like, let's see what page cup that's on. Cup 1 is, or it's mug 1. No, it's cheer 1. Sorry, cheer 1. Page 27. We know what that looks like. We don't even have to look. I was thinking mug 1. So we want our embroidery designs. And that is, it's just a stitch block. There's no applique. Cheer 1 is the beginning part. See how you have cheer 1 with the beginning of cheer, and then the R with the exclamation point is cheer 2. So we're doing cheer 1. And set it. Don't move anything yet. It's not grouped. I'm going to hit embroidery. Now it's grouped. I'm going to go layout, move, and scoot it out. My hoop is on, so it won't extend past. See, the knock knock says I can't go any further. I'm going to say okay. I'm going to get this back to layout screen where I can see what's being stitched. And we are ready to go. I don't think color makes a difference, but let's see what color our quilting is going to be, and that's what we're going to use. So cheer 1 is page 27. And right here, it is asking us to use white. Wait. Oh, I almost led you astray. All right, see our alignment, and that's highlighted. Phew, glad we caught that. Let's go back. You can't separate things here. It's grouped. This is a good exercise because then you can just hit return. Now they've separated things. Okay, so it wants us to take cheer, and it says align the block embroidery file centered from left to right and 1/2 inch from the top of the quilt design. So that needs to be 1/2 inch. So that's 1/4 inch over here, and then just where the E is, it should be about 1/4 inch down from the other line. I'm gonna eyeball it, but you got 1/4 inch up there, and I'm gonna make sure that the red dots are around the chair part and not the quilting. I'm gonna go edit, move, and I'm just gonna nudge it up. And 1/2 inch would be, that's 1/4 inch. So that's about 1/2 inch. Doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe I'll go a little bit more. You want, here, let's zoom in. Hand, get down. Well, it looks like I'm above my 8x12 line anyways, but from this line to this line is 1/4 inch. So from this line to this line should be about 1/4 inch is what I'm thinking. So I'm actually going to move the other one because that's above. So I'm going to go select to choose my quilting stitch. I'm going to move that down. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and touch my other design, the chair design. I'm using my select keys since they're layered. And I think that looks good. That looks like 1/4 inch from here to here. And it looks like 1/4 inch from here to here. I'm happy with it. If we didn't move it, guess what? When you put on the R, it's going to look too far away. So you really, really need to do that. And anything that's gold and highlighted is something that we need to pay attention to. And now I'm looking at my other stuff going, oh my God, were there any special instructions that we skipped? I hope not. This is done. I can zoom back out to 100%. You might not have that feature in your machine. That's okay. I'm going to hit embroidery. And now we're ready to go. Okay, white. Let's go ahead and put our white thread in. I'm going to go through my instructions and just make sure I didn't give you the wrong ones. Where's my white thread? There it is. That was a close call, ladies. Oh, I think this is going to run out on me. Let's see, I'm going to put it in until it runs out.
Playing bobbin chicken again?
Yeah, that's so funny. Michelle just goes, are you playing bobbin chicken again? I didn't know there was a name for it.
Yes, there is.
Okay, this is placement stitch for your batting. Get your batting, give it a shot of spray. I love that. So my kids taught me so much sling this past trip.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh.
Woo! Not sure what happened there. Oh, you know what happened? Look, ladies. So it got wrapped around here. It's near the end, and I think it kind of tied off. That's okay. We can go ahead and change out the needle. I brought needles with me, or did I? Needles. Extra needles. It was going way too well. I knew something had to happen, right? Universal. 80-12. Did not find the needle I want. That was really a case of Jeannie should have been using a spool cap. And I didn't have one, so I didn't use one. Lazy, lazy. That's what happens. Okay, let me go ahead and put this in. What's this? Okay, hand tighten, and then take a screwdriver, and you should always tighten it a little bit more so it doesn't shake out. Don't crank it. Let me see. Let me put this in. And I should probably look for the end of that needle, so just give me 1 sec. You know what I do? I just roll it, and as long as nothing's hitting, I'm good. Okay. Alright, I'm going to go back 20 stitches. Go ahead. This is just my placement stitch, so I'm not worried about restarting. I'm going to give this a shot of spray, which is what I was doing before that happened. Get ready to lay this down. Right in that line. All right, skipping the next step, which is the tack down and trim for the batting, because we're already trimmed. Placement, skipping that as well, because my fabric is going to be really big. I'm going straight to the tack down. The only time you want to do the placement for the background fabric is like those filler pieces that are like small where you need to fit it right in that area. I'm going to go ahead and give this a little shot of spray. Here we go. Spray tent. And we carry these spray tents in the store, so if you need one, just reach out. And I'm just going to put this down on here. Again, a lot of times I will fold it in quarters and it's sticky on the back, so and I just put my finger down where I think the center is and then I just unfold it. And you can feel around, make sure that you're not too close to any of those edges. This step is the tack down, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then I'll do the quilting. Love her gnomes. Patrick brought me lunch. He's my laundry boy. He is my barista. He is my lunch orderer and the love of my life. Okay, now you're going to do the quilting. Just confirm though, make sure you're on the right step and that you didn't get confused with the tack downs and the placement lines. This is showing my quilting, so I'm going to go ahead and hit start. And it's a bigger piece, so it's 3 minutes of quilting. While it's doing that, you can go ahead and, you know what we could do is we can press out some of our blocks. The other thing is, why don't you go ahead and grab your thread colors. If you don't have the thread kit, you need your gray, your green, your red, and your pink. And don't forget about that teal too. I know the colors look funny on here, but refer to your book. I'm going to grab my colors and put them to the side. My green, my red, gray, my teal. So here's all my thread colors. And you know what? Don't you feel so lucky sometimes? When you got a good one and you know it, you just feel like you won the lottery. Okay, I'm going to heat up my iron because I'm going to do some pressing out in between. And I think we'll have some time as we stitch as well. So here is my ironing mat. This is my favorite iron in the world. So if you don't have one of these, you should get one. It's the best iron ever. I love that it fits inside my 5x7 hoop. I love that it's cordless. I mean, I could just go on and on about that iron. That iron is the best husband of irons. Make them this way. So these are ones that we've already done. And you don't have to do this. You can kind of watch if you want. And you can tell that it's pretty like rippled. So what I like to do is from the back side, I'm going to go ahead and you could use steam. I always use the best press. I guess steam would be good too. And I get it pretty damp. I'm going to wait for my iron to heat up. And this is what's causing me, I think, my shoulder injuries. Because I call myself an aggressive presser or an aggressive ironer. I will literally get in my tippy toes and like put my whole body weight down on it. And I always look at the fabric first to go, am I directional? So for this, we're directional. I'm going to press this in the direction of the lines first, and then I might press this way, but I might not. With this one, it doesn't make a difference, so I'm just going to turn it over, still waiting for my iron. This iron, this is called the Panasonic 360. And this was mine at home. This iron, I had it for probably 3 years, and then they came out with a really pretty teal color. So I justified getting the teal by saying I could bring my old one to the store. But it's still going strong, and it's just the best. Okay, I'm hot enough. It said hi on there. So I'm just going to go from the back side, and I'm going to press one direction. And then I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to press it this direction too. I don't always do that depending on if my fabric is directional. But you saw how wavy that was, and you want to do it on a wool mat. Because the wool mat is going to distribute the fabric as you push down. It pushes the embroidery design into this and spreads the fabric. And now look how like wonderful and flat and even that is. All of those wrinkles, all the puckering, gone. I know, it's like magic. I'll do some more. Let's see what's going on here. I like literally before when I would get puckers, I would get so upset until I started using my wool mat and my best press and all that upper body strength that I have because I'm very strong. Okay, it says have a cup. So they're showing it in gray. Let me see. So I have my gray right here. I know it shows it in black on my screen it shows it in black, but we're not going to do it in black because that's going to be too bold. Although you could if you want. But this is softer, ladies. With steam, I don't use steam. You could use steam. I use best press. I'm like a best press queen. I love my best press. I'm a spray addict. That sounds really bad. I'm a Cake and Old embroidery spray addict, just for embroidery. And then I am a best press addict too. Okay, go ahead and hit start. This is going to be 6 minutes of stitching. While it's doing that, I'm going to press out the rest of my blocks. And then we'll trim them down to size 2. So this one's done. Let's go ahead and do this one next. That's why I don't worry about whether or not it comes to the edge. I'm going to just go ahead, and this has a little bit of direction here, but we're going to be okay. I've got my handy dandy Kimberbell spray bottle. What I like about this, and you know, somebody pointed out to me, is that it's kind of short and stout, and it doesn't tip over like the other ones. So I'm going to go ahead and spray that. You want to spray it until it's dry, and I'm going to just spray this direction. So before you trim, you're going to press or iron. I know I'm ironing. So you're going to iron these before you trim. Don't trim now and then do, because your edges are going to distort. This one right here, I might press in the direction of the quilting. So I am considerate about what is on the front side. Look how curled up he is. And I don't worry about those outer edges. Goodness, it's going to be amazing. You just want it to lay as flat as possible, and I know you can't totally see it, but that is flat. Looks good. You can press it from this side. You might need a press cloth. We use a Teflon sheet here. What we use in the store is we use the Goddess pressing sheet, and these are awesome. What's nice about them is they're not as thick as other pressing sheets. Okay, this one is totally directional. I'm just going to press it the direction of the stripes. You don't want your stripes to be wavy. So I'm not using steam. The other thing you have to be really careful of, like right now my wool mat is on top of just like this like IKEA shelf piece of furniture in here. So, I always keep, well at home, I keep a, what's it called? A cutting mat underneath my wool mat. If you're using steam, it goes right through and it will warp your mat. Okay, I'm going to do some little gentle, nothing big. I press one direction first. Your goal is for this to be flat, which it is. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to trim. We're still stitching out over there, so we're good. Let's come on over here and let's trim. Okay. I highly, highly, highly recommend the Martelli rotating mat. And we're going to go ahead and trim these. Use your book. Read twice before you cut, because the last thing you want to do is miscut. So first things first, let's grab our steam. And steam was on page 34. And right here it says square the block, finish block to 2.5 by 4.5. There is no 2.5 by 4.5 pop ruler. So you're going to use a regular ruler. And I brought a couple of them with me. But I'm just going to go ahead and use this one right here. I'm a big fan of Creative River rulers, and the other rulers I love are the Culture Select. So what I like to do, and I'm going to do this from an angle so I can see, but I'm going to stand above mine and kind of look down at it. This ruler here, I chose this one because it's exactly 4.5 inches across. And I'll swing it over this way. There's my 2.5 inch in the black right here, and then this is 4.5. So 2.5 this way, 4.5 this way. I can kind of lay it over here and cut it to the best of my ability. And it's going to be much smaller than, like this way it's much smaller than the outer ones. And that looks good to me. So the rotating mat is going to allow you to do like your cut. And then I'm going to leave my hand on here. I'm going to rotate it. And I can do one more cut this way. Okay, so I got those. I'm going to swing it around, but look what will happen. You don't want to cut right on that line, because look at these, how far in they go. If you cut on that line, your block is going to be much smaller than the 2.5 by 4.5, because as you embroider, it pulls the embroidery in. So make sure you cut to your ruler, and this, you use that kind of as a suggestion, a guideline. So now I'm going to go ahead and lay this down here on my 2.5 and do that last cut. I know you don't have a great angle. Is that better? I'm not putting it right above this, so that it gets in the way of my view. Down there. And take your time. So that is my 2.5 by 4.5. So cut to your ruler, don't cut to those lines. Okay, I think we need a thread change. Let's see. Let's come on over here. It looks like it wants that green, so I'm going to go ahead and change out that gray. It looks so cute. What I really like about this gray is it looks really light, but against the white, it totally stands out. I'm going to do my green. All my colors are right there, ready to go. And this green is 5 minutes of stitching. That's surprising. I would think it'd be quicker than that, but here we'll go ahead and hit start. Let that stitch out. While it's stitching out, let's finish up over here. Okay, next. So steam is, sorry, my filming room has a little bit of a problem. Okay, here's the steam. We're gonna go ahead and put that to the side. This little filler block, and I think I have the final cut sizes in here, but you never want to totally trust this. Make sure you check 2.5 by 4.5, so we're going to use the same ruler and do the same thing. And if the fabric doesn't go all the way over, I'm going to move this for a second just so I can put my head over it and see. And you need an aerial view. You need to be looking straight down. Sorry if my hair is getting in the way. Okay, there we go. Even if the fabric doesn't go all the way to the edges, you have the muslin. So don't worry about that. Let it go. Hold the fabric down as you rotate. Okay, one more cut. Sorry, I didn't bring a hair tie, so got my broom-like hair in the way. Okay, so see how the fabric doesn't go all the way to the edge? That's okay, because the muslin did. So when you look at it from this way, that's going to be a really accurate 2.5 by 4.5 inch cut. We're good to go with that one. Snowflake. Snowflake, I think we're using the 4.5 by 4.5 pop ruler. So if you've never used the pop rulers, let's talk about this. So Snowflake, 4.5 by 4.5. Okay, now I'm going to use the book. I'm going to trust my sheet. Here is your pop ruler. So the pop rulers come in 2 sets. You've got your square set, which has the 4.5 by 4.5, 6.5 by 6.5, and I think 8.5 by 8.5. I think that's it. One more, just those 3. Then you've got the rectangular set. So these are the squares. This is the rectangular set. If you are doing a lot of Kimberbell, you should get the pop rulers because they're made for the Kimberbell projects, and it just makes it really easy to kind of frame your block in fussy cutting. If you don't think you're ever going to do another one, just use whatever square ruler you have. That's going to be fine. Like I can take my square ruler here and then fussy cut. But all your lines cover over the design. It is really nice to use these. Now again, that outline stitch is a suggestion because look at my outline stitch. It totally arcs. Can you see how it arcs? It's not straight. So you're going to frame this as close to that outline stitch as possible. And then you're going to cut it, and it's going to be gorgeous, and nobody's going to know that it wasn't totally straight. The first time I ever used my pop ruler, I went like this. It cut right into my block. So there is some user responsibility. You want to take your blade, and you want to almost lean it into the ruler so you don't go into the block. And I'm going to go ahead and do a cut. You're going to press down right in the corner. It goes all the way down here. And just go straight up. And then hold the block and your fabric and turn. And it might not cut in the very corner. That's okay. You'll just get those threads later. Okay, I'm going to stop. You know how your oh, let me stop here. My mama ears hear something, and it is looking like it's pulling in a little bit here, so I'm going to check my bobbin. Sometimes the bobbins in the very end No, it seems fine. But something didn't sound right. So I'm going to just check it. Oh, that is really strange. It's strange because it's getting caught. It's making it tight down here and it's pulling my upper thread. Let me see if I can get it to loosen. That's weird. It's this random piece of thread. Okay, here we go. So if your mama ears tell you something's wrong, trust them. What that was doing, because it was so tight there, it was pulling my letter in. I'm going to go back 10 stitches and see how it looks. I actually went back 20. Let's go ahead and start again. Might look a little weird because now that tension is released down there. I'm just going to live with it. Let's see. But it sounds better. I don't know if you could hear that, but it was making a little bit of a racket. Okay, we're going to live with it. It's fine. Let's finish up over here. And I have one little thread that didn't cut over here. That's fine. That happens. And there is my snowflake. If you want pop rulers, we usually do them at the store. I'll usually give you 20% off of that. Like I said, they're pricey and I totally get it. So just reach out if you want to get any of those. Alright, what's next? We'll go ahead and do this. You need to watch out for these. I'm going to check and see if there's any special instructions for this. This is present 1 on page 15. So it says square the finished block to 4.5 by 4.5. We're going to use that same pop ruler. Be careful not to cut the ribbon, and we'll add the other steps later. Okay, just because I don't want to accidentally cut this, I'm going to go ahead and fold all this in. I mean, that would be the worst, right? Let me see if I can. We're cutting from the front. I'm just going to frame that, and then we're going to go ahead and trim it. Let me go ahead and put my other thread color in. It's red. You're not going to see it. I'm not going to go over there. Let me just put red in. Ooh, these letters take a long time. It says, says 9 minutes for this H. All right. When I was, I am going to line up my pop ruler with the lines in the fabric. That's what we want that to be as even as possible. So I was just talking about my my broom-like hair, but when I was in high school, I sat next to this boy, Steve Holt, and he used to make fun of me and make like horse sounds because my ponytail was so big and thick. I have to remember a hair type for next class. Attached to a couple spots, don't worry about it. There's the present. So we have our snowflake, our present, one of our filler blocks, and our steam. Let's check over here, make sure everything's going okay. stitch. It looks good. So I can't cut off my filler blocks right now because look, they're attached and underneath the hoop. I could do those top ones. How are you, ladies? Hope everyone's been keeping up, and if you're gonna stitch later, that's totally fine too. Anyone have any questions? It is 4:49. After we do this, I am going to do the, I'm going to do the mug right now because I just want to get everything done from this sew along, and then you ladies will be done too. But, then we'll be ready. Okay, next week. Let's talk about next week because I have another conflict. Can you believe it? I'm usually like free and open, but where's my computer? I was looking at the calendar. Yay, all good so far. Hopefully it hasn't been too confusing. We are good to go. So next week's sew along is going to be on the 8th, and it will be from we'll do it from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, and we'll put something on our Facebook page to remind you. But cup of chair, I'm adding it to the calendar. Sew along, and that is going to be the 8th, and like I said, it will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and that's Pacific Standard Time. However, the following week, which is the 15th, oh my God, ladies, you're going to be so jealous, but I get to have my very first colonoscopy. Isn't that wonderful? That's in the morning. So I've never had one before. Is that like TMI? So it's supposed to be really early from 7:30 to 8:30. Do you think I'll be fine and I could do it in the afternoon? What are your thoughts? For those of you who have had the wonderful procedure, let me know. Because I won't do it in the morning, but if I could do it from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I think that would be great. I'd love to stay on schedule and just keep it on Mondays. What do you think? How cute is that? So cute. Any thoughts? Do you think I can handle it? Whoop. That could be that bobbin just running out. Oh, I'm gonna be tired? Well, is it gonna make me sleepy? I was thinking I could just go home and just start sewing. Because, I mean, I don't really need to do much, right? So I'm going to just put a new bobbin in. I don't want to mess with it. Oh, 2 of you said that I'm going to be tired. Okay, my other option is Sunday, but Sunday I'm going to be prepping, right? Oh my God. I don't have a great option, ladies. I want to say I'm just going to be fine. Okay, where is it? All right, we won't use that one. And I wouldn't do, oh no, class the same day. Oh, darn it. That's making me sad. All right, so next week we're a go, and then I'm going to figure out, we might semi-sedate. I was thinking it was just like taking a nap and then they'd wake you up and you'd be ready to go and you could just do whatever you wanted. But it sounds like it's not going to be like that. It was just wishful thinking. Semi-sedate you. Look at this. Look at that monster. Okay, if I get something like that, a lot of times what I do is I will change my needle. And this needle was just sitting on the top of the machine. I don't even know what it is. Let me grab one. Thought I saw so many needles in here. Hang on, ladies. I'm going to grab some 8012s. Or do I have some in here? Oh, here I go. My favorites. These are my favorites for embroidery. They're the Oregon embroidery anti-glue. The ones we sell here are going to be the Madeiras, but I mean, it's like the same thing. Because when you open the packaging, it says Oregon. So I like to use those, and then my other favorite needle is going to be the 8012 Microtex. That's kind of my go-to for everything. I think that's like the most well-rounded
you
needle.
can't live your life without a 90 top stitch.
Ah, that's Michelle's favorite is the 9014 top stitch. I do love the 9014 top stitch. And I know a lot of you ladies, you can't live without it too. Okay, here we go. Let's finish this up. Not a lot to drive? Well, I wasn't going to drive, except my machine. Just kidding. I know I'm so sorry. I have really stupid jokes. Okay, so let's think about it. I'm going to look at the schedule and I'll give you a date. Next week we're good though. We will be a go for Monday. Oh my God, ladies, are you so jealous? That is going to be the best weekend ever. So I get to work through Saturday and then do my prep on Sunday and then the procedure on Monday. I bet you're jealous. I'm looking at the schedule to see when we can schedule it. So next week, the 8th, we're going to be a go. The week after, it might get pushed until the Wednesday, and I'll let you know. I'll let you know during the live feeds, and we'll post it. So, but I think I'm going to block out that time right now. And I hate to push it off, but I'm thinking it'll be the 17th. So maybe next week will be, and I hope you are okay. Like I know, like usually when I do these quilts, I will bang them out in a weekend. So we're really spreading this one out. I hope you're okay with it. But I've talked to you ladies. I know you have a lot on your plate. Everyone I talk to has like 10 million projects going on. So tell me, Because maybe I could do it that Sunday morning too, all day. Oh, do I have to start first thing in the morning? What time do I start the prep? Let me know that. Because if I could start the prep at like 11, we could do our sew along starting early in the morning. This is like talking to my big sisters, so thank you. Okay, next color up. Next color is going to be the pink. But could we start? I know it's going to be really early for the West Coasters, but I would not be opposed to starting the sew along on Sunday at 7. And we're not talking next week. Next week's going to be Monday, but the week after. What if we started at 7, we're done at 10, and then I can do my prep? Would that work? Directions are on. Ugh. But do I have to start it like first thing in the morning? Like at 8 a.m.? Okay, putting in the pink. Look how gorgeous that the texture is. Isn't it so pretty? This is going to be 5 minutes. And then we're going to do the other E, and then we can start our mug. Alright, what about Saturday night? I'm just trying to see when we can fit it in. We have a lot of classes that next week, the week of the 15th. I might be doing the sew along late at night with me, myself, and I. So I'll work on it this week, but I will go through, and so this is your homework. Aside from trimming everything down, your homework is going to be to piece together section 1. So by the time we get together next week, this whole part should be sewn together, and I'll record that too, and I'll show you how I sew it all together and press it out. I press my seams open when I do this, even though I do stitch in the ditch. Otherwise it's just bulky. Even though the batting's not in there, it can get bulky, and I just take my chances. So once we finish all this, it is your job to sew it all together, and it will tell you how to sew it together. And you can kind of look at it and see, like, you'll sew this section to the steam, and then you'll sew this to this snowflake, you'll sew this to this section, and then you'll sew this section to this section. So, but it walks you through here. So if you look at page 63, it is going to show you the pictures and describe it, and you're just going to follow those instructions. That's going to be due next week. You will be graded. I'm just kidding. Okay, and then next week, this is what we're going to be working on. And if you haven't done what we did in week 1, you should do that because some of these are going to be, like I think this one and this one, maybe this one too, I can't remember. Those are going to be a part A and a part B. So you want to make sure that your part A's are done. So you can do the part B's, so we will not be waiting. And there's not too much. This will be fun. And then, you know, we'll do the pre-quilting on the filler blocks. Yeah, I love it. We're just still doing little bite sizes to get this quilt done, and it's not going to feel too overwhelming. And if it's your first one, it'll be great. And then you'll be able to do multiples of these because you need to have enough for all of the grandkids. Because they're each going to want one. You don't want them fighting over it. This is, I really think it's going to be like, it's your family heirloom. It's going to go out every year. The kids are going to remember it. If you have kids, you're going to need at least one of these per household. Each of your kids needs one so they can hang it up for their kids. Okay, Karen, you convinced me. I can't do anything on that Sunday or Monday. Okay, while it's stitching this out, I do want you to get your stuff for your mugs if you're going to continue stitching. It's 5:05, so if you need to leave, I totally get it. But wouldn't it be great to have everything done? All right, this is what we need for our next block. This is our background fabric, our batting, this is our mug, and you need this. We're not using this whole thing, but I just have it all together. So cute. All right, we are putting in that beautiful teal. If you're using Glide, it's called Tide Water. Tide Water is your color. Okay. So by not leaving this center to the hoop, we save all of this. And so when we hoop our next one, it's going to be right here. So we're going to use you can either, for the next hooping, you can use an 8x8 or, can you use an 8x8? Yeah, you could use an 8x8 hoop or an 8x12. If you don't have those, let me know, I can get them for you. Those are such good sizes. I was sad when the Solaris and the Luminaire came out and they didn't have any of the middle sizes. They had like the 2 small ones, the 2 big ones. So, but we can always get them for you. don't know about you ladies, but I just feel good getting this started. Like it feels like one of those big projects, but now I'm just like, it's started. We've got it going. Makes it so doable. Because I honestly read the book and I thought, oh my goodness, this is a big one. But, you know, now that we've done a little bit, I got this. Okay, now that it's done, you can remove the block from the hoop, and then we will trim it later because we need to do our next hooping. So I'm going to come right over here. Oop, sorry. Don't mean to make you seasick. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this out. We're going to move this up. This is still my same strip. But look at how the hoopings just go one into another. Otherwise, this is how much you waste in between each one. More than that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the way. Once this one is on there, I can cut these off and we can go ahead and press and trim all of those. I'm going to have that hang down a little bit because remember you have some no-sew at the very top. Alright, let me open it up a little bit. That probably wasn't good technique. Forget I did that. You'd be like, wow, she's really rough on her hoops. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, we are going to load up our mugs. So that is in here, and if you want, we can cut this top one off, but you're going to leave one on there. That's what allows you to hoop nice and close. I'll go ahead and cut this one off, and that way we can prep this. And then I can cut all of these apart. All right, ladies. Mug 1. We want cup 1. Okay. We're still leaving our 8x12. I'm going to go home to clear my screen. Embroidery. Cup 1. Here's my quilting designs. Here's cup 1. We need... Oh, yeah, that's cup 1. I'm getting confused between cup 1 and mug 1. 6x6. Block by block. 6x6. See you tomorrow. Bye. Now we're going to add the design. So hit add. Sorry, I wasn't doing that in view, but I just hit add down here. Back here, USB. Now we want Cupature quilt. And this one is an applique. And there's mug 1. Let's just confirm. Yes. Mug 1 is on page 13. I think there's 2 mugs, so it's always good to just check it out beforehand. And yes, mug 1 has that 2 on it. Let's see if there's any special hooping instructions with alignment, and they're both centered, so there's nothing special. I should be pointing that out. And we're going to go ahead and set it. They're both in the orientation that they need to be. You're just going to leave it just like that. That's what it shows in the book. And hit embroidery. And think about how much poly mesh or muslin you would waste if you left it right there. We're going to go to layout, move. We're on our layout page or your secondary embroidery page. So I'm going to move it straight up to the top. Now we're going to save all that and just say okay. Okay, let's go ahead and color doesn't make a difference for the first stitch out. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. This is placement for your batting. Let me grab the batting for this. I'm going to grab my batting and my backing and spray them both at the same time. Actually, I'm spraying them one at a time because my spray area is not so big. Okay, let's lay down our batting first. You want to be right inside that line. We're going to skip the next step. Next step, layout. We're going to go down here, which allows you to skip steps or stitches. This right here is the tack down and trim. We don't need that. This is placement stitch for your large background fabric. We don't need that. This is going to be your tack down for your large background fabric. We need that. We are just going to take this and we are going to center this to our batting. And it has screen strips going this way, so I'm just going to go ahead and fold it, find my center with my finger, just drop it down and open it up, and I might adjust it just the tiniest bit. There we go. And I'm just kind of watching over here, making sure I'm equidistant, like I'm a little bit closer here, but again, it doesn't make a difference. All of this is going to get trimmed away. Now we have to do the tack down, and I am going to do that. Color doesn't make a difference again. That's almost your cut line or it gets sewn in. So I'm just going to go ahead and stitch this. However, color for quilting is going to make a difference. So on here, the color they're recommending is white. I'm going to get my white thread to do my quilting stitch. I want you to look at your screen before you start stitching to make sure you're in the right spot. You should see the quilting stitches with the cups. That's what I see on mine. I try and check there because sometimes I'm not in the right spot. So this is what you should see right there. And just go ahead and hit start and do your quilting. That should be 2 minutes. And then after you do this, we're going to do the mug rug placement line. Color doesn't make a difference, it says. This is your mug rug fabric. Let me take my painter's tape off of there. I'm going to go ahead and give this a little shot of spray to the back so it's ready. Oh, you know what? It says to put fusible backing on this because you don't want this shadowing, and I did not do that. So let me grab a piece of fusible. This should have fusible backing on it. Somehow I forgot it. If you haven't put it on already, do it now. How could I forget that? I'm over here waiting for my iron. Should have hit that before I went to look for my fusible. I'm just gonna press it from the back side, so we're ready. You definitely want to put that on because you don't want the shadowing of those, because it's pretty bold. You don't want the shadowing showing through. Okay, looks good. I'm going to go ahead and hit start and just let it do the, it's going to do the placement line. I'm going to give this a little shot of spray on the side with the fusible. I got up super early this morning, ladies, just to walk myself through everything. I think I just forgot that. Okay, so we're going to put this on because I get so worried that I'm going to do something wrong and everyone's going to be watching and then you do it all with me. Okay, color does not make a difference. You do want to get out your snips or something. We're going to trim the fabric close to the stitch. What I like about these embroideries is they're not that long. So even there's a lot of them, it shouldn't take us too long to do them all. All right. And if you have multiple machines, you could get something going on your multi-needle, and then you could get something going on, I'm going to use my double curved. Sometimes when I'm going through layers, I want something else. I love the double curved. These were like my favorite go-to for the longest time. What's nice about them is you have a curve that gets you over the edge, and then you have a curve that makes it so you don't accidentally cut into your fabric. Go. Right. Color makes a difference for the next step. It says stitch the mug detail and the satin outline, and it wants gray. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to put my gray in. This is 12 minutes of stitching. So while it's stitching this, turn on your iron. We're going to press out those, we're going to press out the filler blocks. We'll press them out and trim them. Take these and let's cut them apart first. make it reach. Sometimes I'll keep the bigger pieces from the edges and I'll make like pillow inserts with them or something like that. These I'm just going to throw away. I really try to keep to the schedule, ladies, but I struggle with it because I go, oh my God, we're so close. I can't stop now. Two-hand it. Get on your tippy toes. Make it flat, ladies. That is nice and flat. I know you can't see it from your angle, but that looks good. This one I'll just go diagonal. And if you need to give it a little press from the front side, you can do that too. Make sure your iron is clean. Gorge. Looks like I'm about a third of the way through with the gray. Too bad I don't have another machine set up next to me. Then I could start sewing it all together, huh? I could really get this stuff done. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to get a ruler and we're going to go ahead and trim those up. Okay. This one is perfect because I can just lay this down, right? Alright, I gotta get my big old head in the way. I'm gonna slide it right underneath me and then I'll slide it back once I have it lined up. Okay, here we go. fabric doesn't go all the way to the edge, but you have that muslin on the back. And if you're using no-show, you're gonna have the no-show that goes all the way to the edge. So you're still gonna have like a perfect 4.5 by 4.5 inch cut. This is my little itty bitty 2.5 by 2.5. Looks good. That one is done. Just keep going. This one, I'm gonna go my other lines. We're gonna go my 2.5ers. This is gonna be 2.5 by 8.5. Looks like that. Oh yeah, I cut with just with the scissors. Like with easy scissors, I do cut with both hands. This is gonna be 2.5 by 6.5. And I don't know if I am more dominant a left-hand cutter, but I do everything else with my right hand, so I don't know if that makes it easier for me. Checking, making sure that looks good. But if you could teach yourself to cut with both hands, it comes in handy because a lot of times I don't have to pull things out of the hoop. Sorry, that's my head hitting the filming arm. And yes, you definitely need a wool mat. The wool mat has changed my pressing life. And if you're not ready for a wool mat, the other thing that you can get is you can get an OESC press cloth. The great thing about the OESC press cloths is they're like, I think they're $5.99, so they're like $6. But the wool mats, Gypsy Quilter, with everything, this is kind of crazy. With the increase in price and everything, it amazes me that the wool mats went down in price. I couldn't even believe it, but when I checked the price list, they went down. So it's a good time to get a wool mat. For years, I had the 17 by 17, and that was my favorite size. And then I got a 17 by 24, and the extra couple of inches going one way makes a huge difference. So if you have room for it, that'd be my recommendation, the 17 by 24. And again, you can reach out to us, and we can get you everything. And if you mention it, I'll give you a class discount. So I'll give you 20% if you mention class discount for cut chair. So it might not come up in on the site, but just put it in your notes. And if I miss it, remind me. Okay, so these are all trimmed down and ready to go. Let's check on our embroidery here. I'm going to stop this for 1 second. I have the corded foot on. I'm just going to plug that in because I haven't had it plugged in this whole time. We are almost done with this. Next color that you're gonna need is going to be, what color are we using next? It's gonna be the brown. So get your chocolatey brown out next. I might have made some substitutions, I can't remember. But I'm using brunette. So it's gonna be this brown right here. I don't know about you ladies, but oh my God, I can barely see anymore. That's a lie, I can see. But what I do with all my threads, also because I have a multi-needle, when I get my threads, I usually write the colors on top as well in 3 different spots so I can look at it. If in case it goes by color, I can look right here instead of having to read that tiny little print on the top. We'll get you whatever you need, Karen, when you get back to the States. Okay, after you do this, you're going to stitch the cocoa fill. And we are 17 minutes, or at least I'm 17 minutes into our 26-minute stitch out. That, Karen, that sounds like a fantastic situation. Most of the year in Canada, and when it's really cold, then you can be in Palm Springs. I told Patrick, I was like, I think we need to move to Canada. It's getting way too hot in Reno. Don't worry, ladies, we're not going anywhere. But it was really nice in Estes. So that's where my brother lives, and that's the gateway to the Rocky Mountain National Park. And it was like in the 80s when it was really hot, but the nights were so cool. It was just beautiful. It was nice to get out of the heat. It's been a hot summer here in Reno. Okay, this is going to be 3 minutes of brown. After you're done with the brown, we're going to put in the black for your mug rim detail. Ooh, that's hot. 100's hot. Where in Canada are you? Wow, I didn't know it was that hot. Because we love British Columbia. Would that be considered British Columbia? from Ohio. Hot out there too? Now you get hot and muggy. I'm from Connecticut, so I know all about hot and muggy. All right, ladies, go ahead and put in your black, and we're going to do the rim. I remember it being like hot and muggy, but I didn't. I mean, that's all I knew. Connecticut got really, really humid. But you know, when it's all you know, it doesn't bother you as much. All right, stitch this out. This is going to be 5 minutes. I know, no humidity makes a big difference. Okay, so this is the mug rim detail. After you do this, then you're going to stitch the advent number. You're going to do that in red, so get your red out. Then we're going to put the hook and loop. We're going to do that. I think we sew that on. I've never done hook and loop with Kimberbell, so this will be fun. And I'm going to get my red to stitch out the number 2. I think we're going to be stitching out after this red and white, and then we're almost done. I know it's a total giveaway, Terry, but what state is round on the ends and high in the middle? Ohio! I love jokes like that. It was probably not very funny. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you. That's a good one for the kids. I was surprised at how great the weather was in Colorado because it wasn't crazy hot. Okay, you're gonna see we're having rippling here, right? Well, we're gonna get that out, but we need to be careful not to distort the diagonal, but we'll get most of that out with our best press and our wool mat. Ah, Terry, you liked it. I'm sorry, that one was really bad. I tell really bad jokes. I've never been a good joke teller. Patrick, on the other hand, is really, really good at telling jokes and telling stories, and I think it's because he's really good at doing sound effects, and I can't do any of that. I'll tell a story I think is really funny, and then nobody laughs. How thick is my batting? All right. Do you want the honest truth? Because I went through my batting scraps because I have so many of them, like the edges from, quilts. I keep all of that. So when I did my batting, my batting was, I used white and I used cream, whatever was in my stash. And some of it, for the most part, I just use a low loft. Like I use my batting of choice is Hobbs 80-20. And I use it just because it's a good all-purpose. I know there's lots of different choices out there, but I am not a batting connoisseur. Someday I hope to be. So, or I'll use like a warm and natural. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to use like a polyfill, like something really thick. But any of those just like low lofts, and like I said, I use like warm and natural or Hobbs 80-20, and I don't know how to really describe the thickness, but if you look at my pieces, and I would show you, but I just brought what I was going to use today. If you look at my pieces, they are mostly about the same thickness. I have a couple pieces that are a little more dense and a little thicker. But yeah, you don't want to use anything crazy thick. And I wish I could answer that question for you in a more technical term, but how about we just call it not too thick? Okay, get your red ready. That's next. This is seriously one of those blocks that would have given me so much anxiety. But ladies, don't fear. The wool mat is here. All right, I'm gonna put my red thread in. It's gonna stitch out the number 2. So you need a little glue pen because it's going to ask you to put your hook and loop placement lines. So for step number 7, I want you to get your hook and loop. It's going to stitch your hook and loop placement lines, and you're going to place 3 hook dots, rough side, right side up, and lightly glue in place. The loop dot soft side will not be used at this time. The wool felt balls will stick directly to the hook dots. I mean, you could have glue them down too, but I guess if you need to wash them sometime. Let's see, does it tell us what size? Because I think there's large and small. I think it tells you over here. Sew on hook and loop dots, the 1/2 inch. Okay, so let's get our 1/2 inch ones. Do you like my answer, Terry? That wasn't even an answer. I basically could have been like, duh, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I've never looked at how thick that stuff was. Okay, here we go. Found it. Okay, the 1/2 inch. I mean, is this that? This must be the 1/2 inch. These little ones, right? Let me look. 1/2 inch. Yep. Okay, so the little ones are going to be your 1/2 inch. And it wants 3 of them, and it wants the rough side. So take your soft side, put it back in the bag. Don't lose it. I know later on in a later class, I'll be in a panic. I'll be like, I can't find it. All right. Go ahead and put your white thread in. I'm going to take out my red, fix my filming arm so it's not all askew. And we're almost done, ladies. Yeah, I use everything. My batting stash is, I mean, because we do so much at the store, so I had a lot. It used a lot of like my little pieces. I keep the big pieces and we'll do bigger projects with them. But the little stuff, I use so much of it for this. It was nice. Or I'll use it for, we're doing that sew along with the trivets. Okay, this is going to be the placement line. Just go ahead and hit start. Do that. Placement line, and then you're going to use a little bit of glue. I love this. We have these glue sticks. I can't remember who they're made by. Is it, oh, here. It says right here. Sew line. Ladies, I've already lost my little Velcro. Where could it be? Is it on me? Oh, there it is. It's on the bed of the machine. It was just white, so it blended in. That's also perfect. Use it up on those mug rugs. Okay, we're going to put a little bit. Well, you know what? Why do they want us to use glue? This is like totally sticky. So, place 3 hook dots, rough side up. Is this rough? Yep, that's rough. And lightly glue in place. You don't need to glue it. It's sticky. Just lay them down. Maybe they forgot that they were sticky when they wrote the instructions. All right, you have one left, put it away. Don't lose it. Patrick always says, just put, everything has a place. But my brain doesn't work like that. My brain says, put it wherever you want to put it. All right, now we're going to do the tack down. I mean, this could break too. This is good to use an anti-glue needle for this because you're going through all that adhesive and then it's kind of the sticky stuff or this rough stuff, so it could break your thread. Ooh, this is fun. It's fun when it's sticky. Okay, I am going to heat up my iron and we are going to press out these last 2 blocks. And then the only thing you'll have left to do, and we did go long, sorry ladies. Just know a lot of times I'll go long just because I go, ooh, I want to just finish it. We could have stopped right in time, but doesn't it just feel good to be done? Have all our homework done. The other thing I'll try to start filming is, if you know me, I usually will do a scrappy back. So I'll try and work on that too. I'm going to trim here and I'm going to go close to the line but not on the line because you never know, like maybe ½ an inch away. I mean, even doing that, look at, I have like 2 inches. I'm cutting some of the fabric, I can feel it got thick. That's okay though. Okay, I'm going to press this one out first. So we're going to go ahead and kind of make the back wet. And go up and down, and then I'll go left and right. Nice and flat. That's all you want. And if the very, very edges here are ripply, that's okay. You want the block, right around the block, to be nice and flat. Okay, looks good. And again, you can press it from the front. Just make sure your iron is nice and clean. The worst thing is getting something icky. Like, look at the ripples in this. You see them? We're going to get them all. I'm going to press it diagonally. Get it, ladies? This is where a lot of my ripples are. I'm going to go up and down. Ooh, that's nice and flat now. But just be mindful of your directional fabric. I think that's good. So there might be a little distort, but that's okay. All right, let's trim them down. Ooh, look at the mess I made. Hang on, ladies. How'd that happen? All right, we're gonna use our 6.5 by 8.5. Who did this? This wasn't me. All right, I wish I had a hair elastic. Okay, I'm gonna move this out of the way and then I'll move it back again. I just need my, I can do it from there, right? You guys can see. I just need to have like my head above this so I can like really make sure I'm squared up. Okay. And it's a give and take. You might be really good here and off here, so just make it the best you can. Okay, that looks good. Here I go. With this, it's important because this is one of the bigger rulers that you either walk your hand up. So I'm going to do this and then walk your hand up. You don't want to keep your hand, just like your quilting ruler, you don't want to leave your hand all the way down at the bottom when you're cutting at the top, or else you're going to swing that ruler out. Tyra, you do this? No. Okay, let's see. And there we go. But see, that's why you don't want to cut. You see that? Cut directly on the line. You want to cut to the ruler. All right, that one is done. Let's do this cutie patootie mug. This one is a 6.5 by 6.5. Okay. Roll it down. There we go. And there's like some distortion. It's hard for me to get it perfect. But I think that looks pretty good. We'll do the best we can. Like I said, I have my ruler upside down. Can you see these gummy things? I have those facing up and they should be facing down, which helps them not slide. But I'm just gonna press down. Okay, that's a lesson what not to do. If it ever does slip, then just get your regular ruler out. Finish up with the regular ruler, your regular quilting ruler. And there's my mug. All right, ladies. Did I forget anything? I think that's it. So, your homework is going to be to sew these all together. And I will film it. I'll film it. It's pretty basic, not too much to do. You're just going to get everything all put together, looking pretty. And then, like, I can't remember, this one goes like this. And what was it? This one goes on top. And something like this, right? Is it this one? Or the snowflake? So you're going to go ahead, sew everything together, and be done with section 1. And we will do section 2 next week. And we are getting together on Monday. Any questions? I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed spending time with you ladies. I will see you next week. If you have any questions, you can email me. That's the best way to reach me, or you can call the store. And I look forward to seeing you for section 2 next Monday. Bye, ladies.